Give wisdom to our Deputy Speaker as he leads us in this session. We ask you that you'll be in the midst of us this morning and guide us in all our deliberations this morning. As we come to you this morning, we ask that may you guide us. And this morning we ask and we come before you as we all honorable leaders come together in the Lord's Prayer that you have taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament that the Speaker had, in accordance with Section 110 of the Constitution, 2 laws made by the National Parliament. A list of this legislation will appear in today's minutes of the proceedings. Honourable members, I inform the Parliament that the teachers and students of Malolo International School, National Capital District, and political science students of University of Papua New Guinea, the National Capital District, and the leaders of Laigap Open Electorate, Enga Province, are present at the public gallery. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend the visitors a warm welcome. Honourable members, please be advised that Telecom Limited has set a stall between A and B wing on level 1. They are inviting members of Parliament to the stall to view and appreciate interactive demonstration of our cutting-edge technology, including other communication systems. Honourable members, you are encouraged to visit the stall. They will be there from 19th and 20th March 2025. Petitions, notices, leader of government business. Honourable Member for Medang, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, according to the standing orders of Parliament, that this procedure this morning deals first with question time. I note that you preempted by calling on the Minister for Government Business. If the Minister has a motion, then it's up to him to move a motion. Otherwise, we would expect that the Speaker would continue with the question time.
Sorry. Honourable Member, the Speaker have already recognized the Leader of Government Business. The Leader of Government Business will continue from where the Chair have called for. And if there's be any division on this, it can be called, but otherwise, the Speaker have already made a call for the Leader of Government Business.
Deputy
Leader of
Speaker,
Government Business.
I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is the leave granted?
Aye.
Leave granted.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as we prevent order of the day number 134, private business, and notice number 133 and 130, government business, being called on forthwith.
I've already in the process of, Honorable Deputy, I'm already in the process of calling for a motion, so. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we can attend to government business straight after question time. There's a lot of important issues that the country is being affected by right now that needs discussion in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question time is all about accountability.
I'd like to inform the House that the question time will not be stripped off from the program of today. The Leader of Government Business has called for a motion, which we will entertain the motion. And after these motions has been dealt on the floor, the question time can be called back for proceeding.
That's out of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we have provisions in our standing order. So I note that your comments that you said that standing order, question time can be recalled, but there's no provision in the standing order to say that you have recalled. So we have a motion, Mr. Speaker, we have a motion on the floor, and then we have the right to debate the motion. So I note that your comments to say that you recall question time, but that's not the procedure provided by the standing order. That is my point of order.
Honourable Member for Medang, you resume your seat. Your point of order is in order. I've made it very clear that the motion is only suspending after the day, and that the question time can be called back after dealing with the motion that is been. So I will go ahead to entertain the motion by the Leader of Government Business, and the question time will not be stripped off from here. It is suspended, and it can be called back after we deal with the motion that is being. Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business. Sorry, I confused you. Resume your seat. The motion has already been. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Order of the day number 134, Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, Status of Women and Girls in Papua New Guinea, Actions to Achieve True Equality, Paper and Statement, Motion for Adoption. Resumption of debate from 18 March on the motion of Mr. Luther Wenge.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against? No. Minister for Works.
Thank you, Speaker, for recognizing the people of Telehoming. I also would like to stand and join the QoS of yesterday to continue with the statement and the bill and the debate that was brought in by Honorable Governor Howes Paco, supporting the statement for a bill or a debate on gender equality, women's empowerment, and the prevention of violence against women in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today strongly to advocate for the passage of this vital bill and also debate that aim at advancing gender equality, empowering women, and eliminating violence against women and girls in Papua New Guinea. For far too long, women and girls in our country have endured systematic discrimination, limited opportunities, and the pervasive threat of gender-based violence. It is our collective duty as lawmakers to change this reality and build a safer, more equitable society for all. Mr. Speaker, firstly, there is an urgent need for family and sexual violence prevention services must be built or services in PNG. Family and sexual violence, FSV, remains one of the most pressing social issues in Papua New Guinea, affecting countless women and children and destroying our communities. Despite existing laws, enforcement remains weak and survivors often lack access to essential services. Mr. Speaker, this bill must seek to establish and improve family and sexual violence prevention services in every district and provinces, increasing family and sexual violence police personnel and safe houses at the community watch LLGs and districts across the country. We should allocate enough funding, including donor funds, and support the NGO initiatives such as PNC Treble Foundation and church-run programs. We need to partner with church groups and establish family and sexual violence services in our communities as they have established programs and structures. Mr. Speaker, these services will include specialized community policing units, dedicated law enforcement teams trained to handle cases of gender-based violence with sensitivity and urgency, safe houses and crisis centers, shelters for survivors providing safety, counseling, and legal aid and rehabilitation services. Number 3, FSV units in health facilities, ensuring survivors receive immediate medical attention, forensic examinations, and trauma counseling. Number 4, community awareness campaigns, engaging traditional leaders, youth, churches, and community groups to challenge harmful norms and promote gender equalities in every ward, every LLGs, and all districts in this country. Mr. Speaker, many family and sexual violence cases are happening around the country that are unreported in fear of retaliation or safety in our communities. As a responsible government, we have to do something about this epidemic that is killing our societies and destroy the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, number 2 point. Secondly, I propose strengthening the justice system by establishing a family court. A major obstacle to justice for survivors of gender-based violence is the slow and often inaccessible legal process. To address this, I propose that the bill must include the establishment of a family court as a separate legal entity dedicated exclusively to cases of domestic violence, sexual violence against women and girls, child protection and custody matters, family and marriage-related legal disputes. Mr. Speaker, this specialized court will ensure that cases of violence and abuse are handled swiftly, efficiently, and with a survivor-centered approach. Dedicated judges and legal officers trained in gender-sensitive justice will provide better legal outcomes for women and girls seeking protection. Mr. Speaker, today as we speak, so many families of our beautiful young women and girls who were killed and abused at the hands of their loved ones, such as husbands, are still waiting for justice to be served to the perpetrators in the likes of Rubian Laufer, Jeneline Kennedy, and recently Margaret Kumaru Gabriel and Lena Numbali, just to name a few. Dedicated court system is needed to eradicate such high level of violence and abuse in our communities across the country. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, I wish to propose increasing penalties for perpetrators of gender-based violence. To deter offenders and ensure justice for survivors, the bill must propose stricter penalties for crimes of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and also child abuse. Mr. Speaker, this includes harsher sentencing, increasing prison terms, and mandatory minimum sentence for gender-based violence, crimes including harsher punishments such as castrations of his testicles, or even death penalty based on the merits of the case, such as the rape, killing, and mutilating of a young woman full of life, like at Baruni recently. No bail for repeat offenders, preventing repeat offenders from being released and re-offending. Compensation for victims ensuring convicted penetrators contribute to survivors' medical, psychological, and rehabilitation costs. Mr. Speaker, many times perpetrators use compensation as a means to solve sexual abuse and violence against women and girls as a form of redress mechanism. However, perpetrators continue to repeat the same offense. Therefore, as a responsible government, we must ensure in this bill the perpetrators must face the full force of the law, and the family and the relatives of the victim must reject compensation outright. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose women empowerment, economic inclusion. Violence and discrimination against women are fueled by economic dependence and lack of opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this bill must also prioritize women's empowerment through economic and leadership programs, including, number one, financial literacy and entrepreneurship support, providing women with training, loans, and grants to start business and achieve financial independence. Two, equal empowerment policies, ensure workplaces have gender-sensitive policies and fair hiring practices. Third, women in leadership and decision-making, encouraging women participating in local government, business leadership, and public service roles as well. Mr. Speaker, Fifthly, finally, community and cultural engagement for long-term change is needed in this country. Addressing gender inequality requires societal transformation. This bill must include programs that support, one, engage traditional and religious leaders to promote gender equality in wards, communities, wards, LLGs, and districts. To reform school curriculum to teach boys and girls about respect, consent, and nonviolence. Third, strengthen media campaigns to challenge harmful stereotypes and promote positive role models. To conclude my debate, a call to action is needed by each of us in this floor. And as a leaders, we must take this stand. Honorable members, we have the power and responsibility to create lasting change for women and girls in Papua New Guinea by passing this bill. We take a decisive stand against violence, discrimination, and systematic inequality. Mr. Speaker, this bill passed to law has to start with us. If we MPs do not take action and follow the law, we...
Honorable Member for Abba, what's your point of order?
What is, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Minister is calling this the bill. It's not the bill. This is a report. So don't call it the bill. Thank you.
Your point of order is in order, Minister.
Thank you, sir. There is a debate that was brought to. Sorry if I say bill. I withdraw that word. How was you feeling all right now? This report, when passed into law, has to start with us. Mr. Speaker, we must commit to building a safer, fairer, and more just nation where every woman and girl can live with dignity, free from fear and oppression. I urge each and every one of us to support this report and stand on the right side of history. Let us work together to protect, empower, and uplift the women of Papua New Guinea. With that, I thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Local Level Government.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing people of Kikori and also recognizing me to present my contribution to the debate on gender equality and gender violence report that was brought in by Governor for NCD. I want to, first of all, thank the Governor for such a decisive and very important contribution that he made. And I want to endorse everything that he has said in his presentation. And it's a very fundamental, not only within the country, but also what's happening around the world in the same circumstances. Similarly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge all the contribution by previous speakers, very important contributions from looking at tougher laws to education and all the other important contributions they made in order to safeguard our mothers, our daughters, and our granddaughters in this country. And I want to this morning also acknowledge the school students who are in the chamber, both primary school as well as university students at our back, and our leaders from, I think, Anga province. This is a very important issue. This issue affects all of us. It's a national issue. Yesterday there were several quotations being made in relation to how many or what's the number of abuse, and Minister International Trade made reference to about 3 million women are affected, if I'm correct, every year. I want to read a report that has been presented in 2023, and this is by United States Institute of Peace. It talks about gender violence problem in PNG. The report says, each year more than 1.5 million women and girls in Papua New Guinea experience gender-based violence tied to intercommunal conflict, political intimidations, domestic abuse, and other causes. The report, which was presented in 2023, goes as far as saying one of the most dangerous places to be a woman or a girl, it's left in suspense. Obviously, we can conclude that it's Papua New Guinea. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first person when my mental abilities as a child developed, the first person I came to know was my mother. And I'm quite sure all of us sitting here would say the same thing. Fathers and other siblings came later. And I honor my mother. God bless her soul. As I grew up, it was the mother that provided mother and father's role to me. My late father was a sick person, and so my mother became the one who brought me up, and my brother. And she has instilled in me the importance of honoring mothers, wives, daughters. In the latter part of my life, when I was looking for a partner after university, and I wanted to ensure that my wife-to-be must be like my mother. And that was the case. And so, I was also married to such a wonderful woman. We often say that a successful man, there's always a beautiful person behind. And all of us sitting here can also say the same. Whether they be professional lives before we became politicians or business or whatever it is, I think that saying goes to every one of us. So this morning, I want to again thank each and every person who had contributed to this debate. There are two issues that I want to raise this morning. Before I say so, I'd like to acknowledge presentation by our Prime Minister. His presentation was personal as well as emotional. I think all of us share the same, and I share the same. One of the major regrets I have in life was slapping my wife. Because I was young, maybe stupid, and I regretted up until now. My late wife passed on. But every minute of that incident continued to remind me of the importance of wives and mothers. Today I still miss this woman, my late wife, though she passed on in 2017. But that's how important mothers and partners are. So if we are to address this issue, it has to come, for me, two issues. It has to come from within. Every suggestion we made are important, but change must start from within. If we are serious about addressing gender-based violence, one issue I want to mention here is that you cannot change yourself or change the community without God's help. At least for me. Over the years, my success in life is not only attributed to the woman I had, but also my belief in higher powers that made it possible. Until now, I look at Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I look at this house, I look at very few of us sitting here, and I look at Sep Puko on the other side and few of us on this side, Seano, Dr. Alan Marrott, Governor for Jawaga. How far, why we have come this far? Maybe it's to do with good health, good food, and whatever it is. For me, it's God's blessings that have enabled me to come this far. But similarly, I want to acknowledge my wife, my late wife, my current wife, because without them, I cannot really progress in life. Every time I go home, I think there's this mention about when you go home. It is woman who looks after you. It's a woman that gives you confidence. That woman that provides for you. So I want to challenge all of us here today, ladies. If any challenge, any changes take place, the changes must come to us. We must be honest in terms of dealing with these issues. It's our duty to ensure that we don't commit gender-based violence to our spouses. Nor do we ignore our sons and grandsons, belting their wives. It's our duty to report them. If not police, then welfare. That changes must take place within us before we can look at all the ways and means of addressing this issue. I think change must start with us before we can look at it. Yesterday, there was a suggestion made by Prime Minister, and I've been thinking about it. What is the solution? We're going to talk about it. Yes, we can talk about it and go out and do all those things. But, Deputy Speaker, my suggestion is that as a House, as a nation, men must apologize to our mothers and our daughters for abusing them. If we have done that for other things, we must also do this, because woman is the cornerstone of our survival as families, as society, as nation. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to lead the way in terms of apologizing, have a national apologies to our mothers and daughters. With that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support everything that has been said. We need to find a solution to this. I keep on avoiding seeing the latest killing. There were times that I look at it and I get so emotional. It reminds me of my daughters. It reminds me of my granddaughters. This time I don't see them. Because where lies the solution? Are we going to keep on circulating this in our social media space and without taking action? So that action, Mr. Deputy Speaker, must start with us. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member for Wabek.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to take this opportunity to say a few words in regard to this very, very important issue. But before I do so, let me acknowledge people from Laigan who are here in the chambers, and of course, teachers and students from the University of PNG. Deputy Speaker, gender-based violence is a very, very big issue. Coming from the medical fraternity, I've seen a lot of cases, heinous examples of crimes that have been committed against the female populace. In cases of social accusation-based violence, we see some of the most, inhuman treatment of women. But Mr. Speaker, unlike the rest, I think we live in a country called Papua New Guinea, and gender-based violence and social accusation-based violence is a common occurrence, and trying to delve further into this issue will be like preaching to the converted. So I'll just go straight to what we need to do. Mr. Speaker, there's so many reports on gender-based violence. There's so many papers on gender-based violence. Actually, I wrote a submission to the Australian government to fund the Warwick market to address women empowerment. Because there's only two ways you can actually do away with this evil that we are facing in this country. Number one, you have to economically empower the women populace. That's the only way. By empowering them, you give them the ability to make decisions and to be independent, not to be subservient to the male populace. And all of this actually based on data. So I wrote a submission to the Australian government, and they funded the Warwick market. Now, that will take me to the second point. The second point comes from my old maxim that says, words or belief without action is dead. On this floor of Parliament, I raised an issue to the good police minister a couple of months ago about a man who continues to violently arrest women who are running the Warwick market. It's taken a year now and there's no arrest. Now let me just mention the name of a person called David, I think Kahneman. I think this Kahneman. This guy is an economist who wrote about behavioral economics. And he did a study and he said, when you arrest people, and he got a Nobel Prize for it, by the way. When you arrest people, there is deterrence. Now, all that sweet la tok tok yumi kam tok tok yalo, soy mo mano se yumi consent long all, but when you don't arrest people, nothing will be done on the streets. There's no deterrence. I'm waiting for a year, and the police haven't arrested this culprit. I laid the complaint myself. Now, listening to you all preach about your concerns about the female populace, and yet you don't have the courage and strength to do your work, to ask the police to do one single arrest. Women will be protected when the rule of law starts to, established in this country and enforced. When there is no rule of law, women will still be abused. You can make all the fancy statements, you can come up with all the good data, everything, but there's no deterrence. Now, Atlas something, people are on social media all the time, and you see women being tortured, you see men flaunting with all, the atrocities they are committing, and yet we have not arrested a single soul. Now, instead of coming here and making all the statements, I think we should start doing our job. We should get the police to start doing arrests, because this country will not be safe anymore. And I can see some of you smiling, because some of you have another country to go and, retire. Some of us have only this one country called Papua New Guinea. And this country is being torn down. So 2 plus something, big plus something, 2 things. And this, I wrote a submission on that, so I did extensive research into women empowerment. I realized the only way you can protect women is when you economically empower them, number one. And number two, when the justice system works. When police are doing arrests, there'll be deterrence. So I'm asking the government, which we are all part of, enough of talking, let's go down to the streets and let's start arresting people who are committing these crimes. Your flowery statements on the floor of this parliament won't solve a single, law and order problem. You can cry, you can dance, and you can do anything, you can pray, you can make this country a Christian country. But when you don't enforce the law, you won't have a country. It's coming to the state now. People will start to take law into their own hands and we will lose this country. So, I'm trying to empower the women of Wabeg, giving them funding, build a market and give it to them to run that market. But there are men who are there arresting them, trying to take over the market, and yet the government can't do a single thing. Can't arrest these culprits. I've raised this issue on this floor since last year. You're not making Malaysia something, not going to come the President of the Republic. I even brought police from another province to do the arrest, but they've been compromised. I've raised it before the police commissioner. They're still being compromised. You make a man look kusina, you make him country good statement a year. It will never work. We have to start doing our job, start arresting people on the streets. That's how, when we protect our lives, go on very quickly. Now they don't feel safe to walk on the streets, I'm telling you. Maybe you people live in a bubble, far removed from the reality on ground, so you're not realizing it, but our women are not safe anymore. To walk on the streets, to even go to the shops. So let's start enforcing the rule of law and let's establish the rule of law. Then you will have a country. Otherwise, you are crying for foreign direct investment. It won't come to this country because there's no rule of law. There's no guarantee that contracts will be enforced. There's no guarantee that businesses will be safe in this country.
Absolutely correct.
So let's address the rule of law. That's the thing the country needs to address now. Making flowery statements won't solve anything. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor for Oro.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing the people of Oro. I just want to make a few comments in relation to what has already been said, and I basically agree with all that has already been said, especially with what my colleague, the member for Wabeg, the Honourable Dr. Lino, has just stated. Is absolutely correct. I completely endorse those statements and his sentiments. I want to commend Governor Pakop and his deputy, Governor Bird, for being very passionate about this subject matter, a subject matter that all of us should be concerned about. I just have a few comments to make, and it's basically in line with what the good member for Wabeg has stated about enforcement of laws. But before I commence, I want to just elaborate on some of the efforts that we are undertaking in Oro Province. Most recently, we evicted a particular settlement known as Bove Compound in the heart of Hoboneta, the capital of Oro Province. This particular settlement was illegally occupied for more than 30 years, and it had become a hotbed of crime, a home for criminals committing very violent crimes against citizens in my province. And most of the victims were women. And finally, we got sick and tired of listening to these concerns raised. Not sick and tired of listening to the concerns, I rephrase myself. We got sick and tired of these activities that were being perpetrated. And we decided to take a stance whereby we would identify all illegal settlements in our province, especially those that are harboring criminals, and start removing the people who are living there, harboring these criminals, committing these crimes. And we started with Bove Compound. As a result, law and order improved significantly in Hoboneta. And our women folk were very grateful, and they said so. They commented on social media, or wherever I happened to be, and they bumped into me, they told me. Crime had dropped significantly. This didn't obviously solve the problem. Most of these people were from Oro Province. What we did was to send them back to the districts. And then, working with my open members, I'm urging them to open these districts up. These districts that have deteriorated and become dilapidated over the years, and that have led to urban drift, significant urban drift that we cannot control. but we must. I want to urge my colleagues, especially open members, let's open this district so that our people can return to them. And then what needs to happen is we have to build police stations, or those existing police stations that are there, we have to refurbish them, build police houses, buy vehicles, ensure that policemen are there to provide the security needed so that these economies can become thriving economies, provide opportunities for people, give jobs for our youth, and stop this urban drift that is contributing to many of these problems that we are speaking about. Boga compound will be the home now to a temporary provincial police headquarters that we are building there. And a significant office will be built there that will be dealing specifically with gender-based violence. And we would like to recruit policemen and women who will be specifically tasked to deal with no other crime but gender-based violence crimes. And I want to encourage my colleagues to do the same. I say this because I agree with Dr. Lino. We come and say all these things, we make these statements, but what are we actually doing? I want to state what I'm doing and encourage others to follow suit. In regards to the enforcement of the laws, we have to put some serious penalties and enforce these penalties. Enforce these penalties. Crimes such as rape should be life imprisonment. Life imprisonment. No parole. No bail. Even as I speak, there are rapists who have been given bail and who are sent back to their community awaiting trial. Why? Can the ministers responsible look at this? And what about the photos, the videos that we see on social media, where our women are being tortured in the most brutal ways possible, unimaginable ways? And it's not only those who are perpetrating those crimes, but those who are supporting the perpetration of those crimes. By taking these videos and photos and being there, nothing has happened to these people. So I agree with Dr. Lino in these regards. Let's enact these laws and then let's enforce these laws. Minister for Police, we really need to pay serious attention to the policing of these laws. This morning I raised this in government caucus about small crimes or offenses that have been committed that have been ignored. For instance, roadblocks. I made mention of this. Now you can drive around anywhere in Papua New Guinea and you will see a roadblock. Anytime there's an incident, someone's cat, dog died, there'll be a roadblock. The community will set up a roadblock and they will start collecting money from motorists and they will harass motorists. Nothing will happen to them. This is a crime. Police have to arrest these criminals that are perpetrating these crimes. And I'm just using this roadblock as an example, but there are many other similar crimes. Small crimes that have been committed: littering, loitering, urinating in public, public gatherings that are unsanctioned, that are rowdy. And it makes all of these little crimes for us. And when I say us, I mean most of us here, with the exception to our 3 female members of parliament. For us as men, we don't think about these issues. We just drive through a roadblock. There's a crowd there, we don't mind, we find our way through it. But for women to go through this, it's an ordeal. And they go through this every day. After this session, go and ask your partners, your wives, your sisters, your aunties, your mothers, about the harassment that they receive as motorists when they're driving around, for instance. Or when they're just walking from here to the bank, for instance. Or when they're just going to school or coming back, for instance. I bet you if we were to ask these young girls that are sitting up there, they will tell you that they are harassed like this on almost a daily basis. What are we doing about it? I totally agree with Dr. Lino here. We have to enforce these laws. So I would like to add to those recommendations that have been brought here by the presenters who have made very good suggestions before me. 1, let's enact serious laws. 2, let's have dedicated police resources to enforcing these laws. every province, every district. I mean, Dr. Lino should not need to come here and talk about something that's happening in Wabek where a person is harassing his citizens. Why isn't the PPC there dealing with that? Why isn't the police station commander in his district dealing with that? What's gone wrong so that he has had to bring it here to Parliament to raise it to the Minister of Police? Something is wrong. And I think we really need to scrutinize what we're doing insofar as law enforcement is concerned or policing is concerned. We can talk all we want about investment and how great we are and how wonderful we are as a nation, rich, etc., etc. We are not going to get anywhere unless we get law and order right. So gentlemen, please, this is not a matter of something we should be laughing at. Member for Chuabe and Governor for Isipik, this is not something to be laughing at. It's not funny. Governor for Isipik, you are deputy chairman. You should not be laughing about this. It's not something to be funny or laughing about. Gentlemen, let's be serious.
Order.
Member for North Fly, this is not something to laugh at. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. Thank you. Let's be serious. Policing is a real problem here. Let's overhaul our police. Let's bring back that pride, command and control, that discipline, the ethics, the morals that we used to be proud of when we thought of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary. Let's bring that back. They need help. They need resources. They need serious attention. And then by putting those resources where it matters, then we can improve the lot of our women folk. Finally, what I would just like to add is the 2027 elections are not far off. And what have we done insofar as implementing the recommendations that were tabled here in the report presented by our good governor for Isipik for the elections? What we would truly benefit from would be to have more women in our parliament. And to have more women in our parliament, we need to encourage more women to stand for elections. And we can do that if we make it a safer, conducive environment for our women folk to stand for elections. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nawai.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for acknowledging the people of Nawai and allowing them to voice in this house in Papua New Guinea. I stand here this morning to show my support to the chairman and to the board of the GBV. Utmost support. Now I ask everybody here, what is GBV? What does it consist of? Is it rape? Is it murder of a woman? Or an assault of a woman? We hear through the media, front pages, through speaking to one another in public. Women are the ones that are affected, mostly, always women. GBV can be hair pulling in a school, can be spitting on someone, all these examples, as mine examples, will leave mental scars in someone's mind. Anxiety. The reason why I'm standing here this morning, I want to speak on behalf of a very, very minority of people that are very quiet, which nobody hears about. It's men. For a man to stand up in public and say, my wife dumped me, what can I do? That's shame. Men will keep it to themselves, which does fall under gender-based violence, but it will only lead to death in a man. Very hard for a man to consult someone else because it's not a manly thing. I asked the good chairman of the GBV and his members, which we support, please allow 1 or 2 paragraphs when you draw the book. Mention the word boy, man, and also male in the system. We all talk about women, we talk about both sides, but over the last 2 or 3 days, I haven't heard boy, man, and male. So I asked the good chairman, please make 1 or 2 paragraphs and stipulate those genders in there with the women. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Notwagi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for recognizing the people of Notwagi. I want to share some of the ideas that would contribute towards the issue of mothers, sisters, and our wives. The things that we see today, Deputy Speaker, it's caused by a person. It's caused by a person, by a human being. Let's not look to other places to find solution. We have to find solution in a person. If we want our place to be, our society, in our country, and our wives, children, daughters, and aunties to be free, we need to change a person. Look at a person, look at a human being. When you see inside a human being, there are different parts that make up a human being. Why we are having a sick society that is called moral decay? It's because we are not picturing a human being. If we picture a human being, then that human being is going to change the society. All these problems are caused by the human being. Now we are talking about law and order problem every day here in this House of Parliament. We are harvesting from what was planted yesterday. We are harvesting from what was planted yesterday. If we plant corn, we are going to harvest corn. If we plant peanut, we are going to harvest peanut. If we look at human beings, there are 4 parts that we have to develop to become a full human growth of a human being. If you really want a solution for this country, you change a person. Look at the human being. There are 4 or 5 parts of human being that make up human being. You think about intellectual development, spiritual development, moral development, and spiritual development. You look at all these 4 or 5 parts that make up human being. You mold them and you shape them. You will have a better person that will have respect for women and girls. That's the only solution. Okay, now we are resting. We have many things happening in this country. We're talking about law and order problem every time. This we are harvesting what was planted yesterday. We are harvesting it. That particular child or man, how he or she was brought up, it's now we are reaping the result. We are reaping the result from what was planted yesterday. And if we want changes for this country, we have to change the person. Change the person. Put more funds into a person, to develop a person. Now we are in our education system, we are only concentrating on intellectual development and physical development, and we are missing out moral, spiritual, and soul development. And we are producing unbalanced human beings. We are producing unbalanced human beings, and that's why they are causing lots and lots of problems. And I'm happy with the policy of 166 that is announced by our Minister for Education. We need to have an education that our children must be educated, full education from preschool all the way to grade 12. And inside the education system, we need to teach them about law and order. Change the curriculum. You see, when you want people to listen to what we are saying, we need to take them into the house. Take them into the house. In Chihuahua, you see, we have houseman. When you want to talk to the people, we take them into the house and we talk to them. And now you see, here in Parliament, we have a house, but we must have a house in our district. And there are two houses in our district, church and school. We used to utilize church and school. Teach them early, at the early age. Now we are harvesting what was planted yesterday. But September, we are going to celebrate 50th anniversary. And after 50 years, what Papua New Guinea is going to be like? Is it women and girls are going to experience, violence? This is the time that we need to find solution. We have to set up visions and strategize to find solution after 50 years. And I'm concerned because I believe in education. I believe in education. And I want to encourage all of us to build many schools, many schools. Many problems that we are facing today. Many people are not educated. There are no schools. We are not building many schools in our districts and province. Many people are not educated. So that's why, they are coming, to the streets and causing all these kinds of problems. So I want to contribute my idea that, we need to change a person so that a person can change the society. If we want to change the society first, so that the society will change the society, a person, it can. Because all the problems are caused by the human being. We need to change human being. And we need to consider 4 parts. Spiritual parts, intellectual part, and moral part, and physical part. We need to consider these 4 parts of human being, then we will produce a balanced human being and they will have respect for the society. Thank you.
I'll give space to the Minister responsible for community development, youth and women. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, on behalf of my people of Wuhan Gulf, and also from the representing the ministry, as a minister responsible for family, which includes our women, girls, boys, elderly, person with disability, I thank the Marabe Rosso government for the commitment in providing and also demonstrating the leadership by giving the support in taking the ownership through the GBB Secretariat headed by the Governor. Escalating the violence that our women and girls face, and in the empowerment of women and girls, especially with the debate that we had yesterday. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to address a matter and a profound importance in gender equality and empowerment of women in Papua New Guinea. This topic is not just a social issue, it is a cornerstone of sustainable development and also national progress and social harmony. However, before I continue, let me also congratulate and thank all the governors and all the fellow members of this House for demonstrating our efforts to support the national government in addressing the gender-based violence issue and the empowerment of our women and girls.
of human rights, especially for women across the globe and in PNG, is no different. Violence has no place in our society as it limits the freedom and rights of individuals to fully participate in the development of our country. Violence alone is costing the country a lot of resources, both in finance, to curb its ever-increasing trend, and in human resource by killing young men, women, and children from realizing the full potential in life. Also, belief in sorcery and witchcraft is deeply entrenching and widely held in different forms across Papua New Guinea, not only in remote or in rural areas. Violence related to accusation of sorcery, witchcraft is a real problem. The government of Papua New Guinea developed comprehensive sorcery and witchcraft accusation-related violence, which is called SAV, National Action Plan, in 2015 to address the action plan as the following care areas: services, counseling, the healthcare sector, the child protection, prevention through advocacy, communication, legal protection, and prosecution, and research. The government through the Ministry also for Religion, Youth, and Community Development, and the Department of Community Development and Religion, of which the National GBV Secretariat and the National Office of the Department of Women and continue to support and empowering protecting families as its core business. Families constitute the communities in the country. Thus, family protection and empowerment are central and vital. I would like to take this time to share with my department, the Department of Community Development, through the Office for Development for Women and the National Secretariat, has been working on some important initiatives. Firstly, we have the review of the National Women and Gender Equality Policy, which expired in 2015. Through consultations, we found that the priority areas identified in the 2011 policy, gender equality, has been slow. We are in process of completing the necessary activities for the policy to be launched, including seeking approval from the National Executive Council. Secondly, we have been working on responding to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which has been ineffective for 40 years. Papua New Guinea has only submitted one report to the UN CEDAW Committee in 2010. Following the UN CEDAW Committee response, we have been coordinating with 26 government departments and agencies to draft this report, which is in the final stage of completion. Next week, the National Council of Women Convention will be held in New Island Province. Following the convention, the Executive Committee for the National Council of Women will be formed. One of their first tasks will be to write a shadow report for CEDAW when the government submits the country's CEDAW report. In terms of other interventions, Papua New Guinea government has developed appropriate national policies, legislation, and implementation plans to promote and address the GBV issue. However, effective implementation and coordination has been a major challenge, mainly due to to our geographical locations as well as its multicultural society and the lack of support and commitment from our leaders and citizens. Deputy Speaker, Papua New Guinea has laws to protect against all forms of violence against women and children. We have the laws. We need only our enforcement This dealing with the enforcement must be held accountable for the commitments they have done. We are talking about the lives of our women, children, and families for that matter. The National Strategy on Prevention and Responses to Gender-Based Violence, which is currently under the review, addressing gender-based violence, gender equality, and women and girls empowerment, need to be made a priority by the government and funded well. An issue is made a priority when it is well resourced and funded properly at all levels of government. In conclusion, achieving gender equality and empowerment, empowering women in Papua New Guinea requires a whole of government approach, not just the responsibility of one department. I urge governors, members of parliament to allocate resources and budget at the province and district levels to ensure that we address the agenda, but the collective responsibility to make a positive impact for women, girls, and boys in our country. I would like to make a recommendation that through the GBV Secretariat, maybe we should have, every year we should have a 1 week of celebrating or reflect in terms of family, start from the family, and then we go to the children, then we have our youths, then we have our women, then we have our elderly. So maybe in a week, every year, we can have, if it comes in like March, then we can have 1 year of reflection of the progress from the children, from the family. We go to the child, then up to the youth, then to the women, to the elderly, and also to the disability every year. So it's only my recommendation that we can have that, so that every year when this week comes around, we remind our younger ones, we remind our youths, we remind every one of us that it is important that we all have a fair and free society to live on. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member for Talasia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for recognizing the people of Talasia. I rise to join the debate and take note of the paper, GBV paper, a report presented by the Chairman, Honourable Governor for NCD. Mr. Speaker and Honourable Members, today I stand before you with a heavy heart as we confront one of the most tragic realities plaguing our beloved Papua New Guinea: the rising tide of violence against our women and girls. This is not just a crisis, it is a moral failure, a stain upon our nation that threatens the very fabric of our families, our communities, and our future. Mr. Speaker, the cries of our daughters, sisters, and mothers echo through our streets, our homes, and our workplace. They were suffering at the hands of those who should be their protectors. The very men who were meant to love, cherish, and provide for them. This must stop, not tomorrow, not next year, but now. Mr. Speaker, women are the pillars of society. The Bible reminds us of the divine purpose of women in the family and society. In Proverbs 31, 10-11 says, "A wife of noble character, who can find? She is worth far more than rubies." Her husband has full confidence in her and lacks nothing of value. This verse speaks of the invaluable role women play in nurturing, strengthening, and sustaining the family unit. Women's presence in society is not just necessity, it is a divine gift. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget the powerful women who shaped history and transformed their nations. Consider Margaret Thatcher, the first female Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who strengthened our country's economy and global standing with resilience and determination. Or Mother Teresa, whose compassion and unwavering service to the poor in India inspired the world. These women changed nations, yet here in Papua New Guinea, we continue to hinder the potential of our own women through oppression, mistreatment, and violence. If we truly desire a strong, prosperous nation, we must allow our women and girls to rise, thrive, and take their rightful place in our society. Mr. Speaker, the Bible also places great emphasis on the role of men as leaders in the family and society. In Ephesians 5:25, instructs, "Husband, love your wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her." True leadership is not about dominance, but about protection, provision, and love. Men are called to be the foundation of a healthy family, and a strong family builds a strong community and a flourishing nation. But today, what do we see? We see men abandoning their responsibility. We see young boys growing up without guidance, roaming the streets without purpose. And we see the tragic consequences: violence, abuse, and destruction. We must address this crisis at its roots. If we only focus on protecting women and girls while neglecting the development and moral upbringing of men and boys, we will continue to fight this battle for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, while I fully support Governor Powers Pakop and his committee's efforts to strengthen laws protecting women, I urge us as leaders to go further. Let us introduce policies and programs that will shape our boys and men into responsible, loving, and disciplined individuals. We must educate them from an early age on respect, dignity, and the sacred role of women in society. Let us establish mentorship programs, strengthen fatherhood initiatives, and ensure that boys grow up knowing what it means to be a real man. Two great world leaders have taken similar approach in addressing violence and gender inequality in their countries. Paul Kagame of Rwanda transformed his nation after the devastating genocide by prioritizing women's inclusion in leadership and governance, proving that when women are empowered, a nation prospers. Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand introduced policies that focus on family welfare, mental health, and domestic violence prevention, ensuring that both men and women were supported to create safer homes and communities. Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea can rise to this standard, but it starts with us. It starts with holding our men accountable. It starts with teaching our boys the value of respect and responsibility. It starts with us saying, enough is enough. We must no longer be a nation that buries its daughters before their time. We must no longer be a society where women live in fear. We must be a nation where our daughters work freely, our sisters speak boldly, our mothers rest knowing they are safe. Mr. Speaker, I call upon every leader in this House, every father, every brother, every man, let us be the generation that ends this cycle of violence. Let us build Papua New Guinea where our women are honored, our men are responsible, our children grow up in homes filled with love, not fear. May God bless our families, may God bless our women and girls, and may God bless Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Governor for Jiwaka.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, long organizing chair, long Jiwaka. Deputy Speaker, I mean like supporting this debate long violence against our good ladies. But before I say something short, I want to take this time to congratulate Governor Powers Pakop and his committee to present this very important subject matter for all of us to hear and to see. And we know what's happening in Papua New Guinea, so I think it's a very worthwhile issue that is being debated yesterday and today. We do like to thank you long all Narbla speakers, so we talk finish now. Plani to me understand him now. Am I all right? But me like making some sort of talk or some. What are we going to do about it? Me support him talk long Dr. Lino a little bit, now Governor Blong or two. I still me to me not start because me go long Ombudsman Commission go can now to me go and me come late and another issue. But me are planning good but talk now. And big play issue too much. Big play issue too much. You must understand that we all know the Dimi all Papua New Guinea man. The minister respect him all Mary. The minister respect him all Susan, all Auntie, Mama Blue. I mean, true blood. That's some of it is in our culture. Some blood in our God. And the thinking now he comes along way belong him like I'll be me yet. Now plan the wrong he come up. So changes must happen, Mr. Speaker. Long intel must start from here long floor of Parliament. Me feel him also. All members of Parliament in working law. We cannot just talk and talk and talk. You talk now, finish now, long afternoon. You go out. You know what's going to happen. Online on Facebook, WhatsApp number out. All but talk blast me, talk all members here talk also Muslim. Whatever they got to do for me. I can do what I want. They all go and arrest the girls now, right on the street now, to prove that what we are doing here has got no meaning. So what are we going to do about it? Mr. Deputy Speaker, me believe strongly you must look in ways of passing some strong law. Law enough to protect him, all Mary, all Susanna, Mama Blimi. Me like story really long. Life of me, so me come long, but most belong late mid-60s. Me come train, me like Boglong Kapman and me come Boglong here. Those days, what I've seen on the street of Port Moresby, Lo Anumbada, Lo Koki, Lo 4 Mile, now up to now, that's a big change. Yimi haven't progressed at all. Respect, love, na cable all Mary Blimi, no stop. Now we have to be honest about it. You're not going to pretend that August is okay. Everything is not okay. Los 60s, me say come stop here. Me train as the police officer. Me can go long cocky. Obviously, the cocky go on the store, the steamships. Now me stop here. They used to call us blue store. Blue store, because all Marys are walking inside. Emol Blanum Bada, long Pari, Nalo Tatana, Lo Kila, all young Mary, all girls, all Papuan girls that come walk along up. And they always wear blue dress. Now that's why Mr. call him blue store. After our work finished, you see them, they're walking on. Back to Anambra, back to Kila, going along. Koki, Puel, Paningala, Stablongan. Even during those days, there were theaters in here. I was Pixar stuff. People said, train, come back, weekend, go to Pixar, looking Pixar stuff. Those girls, the people in the village will come around, watch the movies, finish. All walk back, they come back. 2 or 3 black girls on their own, they walk back. Today, they can't do that. They cannot do that. The good old days, Mila considered long NCDC, long National Capital District, the girls and the people of Moju Kotabuans and the Central Province are suppressed and victimized. You must have it. Now they don't. Those girls and mama, I don't know I'm selling kagai more. They run freely. They don't go to the shows freely. It's because of passing blow man. They live in fear every day. Passing no good blame stop. So how can we change it? We must change them, passing blame. All money, we must change them. Some lot of village areas, somewhere in Papua New Guinea, there may be peace. Because all girls can walk around the night and around Nicolagam, and all place belong yet. But in the urban area, particularly here along NCDC, la Port Moresby, Milugim online the Central Province, or Moju Kotabians, online the Koyari, or the market, na Salim Kaikai, and enjoying the life long ground belong here. They're not doing it anymore because they live in fear.
That's right. Who's doing those things? Who's doing those things?
That's right. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Now you look at some young people made it on the street, or what do I come? You know what? I will be bold in here with my statement. Give me all money. Give me, like all wild dog Africa. People start looking at wild dogs, how they operate. People start looking at movie, yeah? People start looking at television, yeah? They gang up. They plan how to attack the victim. And that's what they're doing. Our men are doing to our girls on the street now. What are we going to do about it? You can talk, me talk, I get emotional, I get upset, but what can I do about it? We need to change the law, working law. Working law become more effective. All police, you got section belong, you got man, Mary stab on the work, but you mean no resource all good. Now plenty of time only go now, to blow money fight, or to blow man, Mary fight, or some little boy, you fight him girl, or don't know him, boyfriend, girlfriend, mask, you let him. Or papa on money, fight him, Mary Simbagrab, news, person, blood, stop yet, and breastplate, piggy, Nagi, Kakai, and cry when them stop. Nobody does anything about it. It's because weakness stop law blaming. And we're not enforcing it. So we should seriously looking at making laws once and for all. Even the law is going to be some dictatorial. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm country blaming. Me don't worry about Naplaman, the human rights, and all that you want to say musky. Let's do it and to correct our own people. Now. You mean talking about Nogat, yeah? This afternoon. You know what married around the street. This afternoon, tonight, Nogat married around the street now, Lopot Mosby. Even I'm scared. I've got my daughter, I've got my grandchildren, my granddaughter. I can't allow them to go to Ella Beach anymore. Why is that? If I live in fear as a governor and a man or sim, think of others, all girls, and mama stuff. Let's do something about it. Let's stop talking about it. Do something to correct it. If we don't do it, it's going to continue. Papua New Guinea man, they like to build their wives. They like to build their girlfriend. They think they own them. And this mentality must change. Mr. Deputy Speaker, me, how much to plan the all money to Pinista? Me, make him talk, long support him debate. Now me feel him. It's a very, very important issue. You may address him. Because if you come, you got married, picnic stuff, you go house, you got talk Pinisha. When you go and the wife is not there, the mother is not there, you feel lonely already. Yeah. You know? Women are our backbone. Women, they look after us. They take care of the place. We have to look after them. And we cannot do it by talking only, honorable members, Deputy Speaker. Let's make some laws, some serious laws, please, and effective. And now, all mama la papa nigri all sawe, all girls by sawe, all passing law. Now you meet talk to Sonigoya, and Begolon newspaper, and Basalapeo paper, and finish not finished. After that, the same things can happen again. When you've got a law, we'll ask the police to enforce it, or Department of Other Department responsible and enforce it. So those people who are responsible must be arrested and brought to justice. We keep on allowing them to go around free, and they take it as normal. They can do that. All by the marriable girlfriend law, that's what they do. So, Mr. Speaker, me supporting Jula, good blood program or Jula debate make him now. I think Papua New Guinea now start to realize that we are serious about it. But if we go further by reducing law, now in law it can be effective, and all mama na power will still good blood law night. Now particularly mama by all right. Me too, me like me one blood. Talk we want to finish. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me give me opportunity now. Me like we can talk on some violence. Now me like talk sorry or some long year 2020. One family blow me yet. And more than people wrong. Long me give na life long one blow Mary, young blow Mary me listen. The master Governor Powers Paco be mentioned finish them General Kennedy. And some life long end now. Me and me put one blow big blow. Full page talk sorry, apology. Long post Korea, you go finish, but this is the time you come about soon. I mean like taking the opportunity can long talk sorry too, long old mama, now sister, now auntie, long General Lin, long Papua New Guinea, now all married folks. Also something happened and me talk sorry through. As a head of the family, I'm young black grandson blow me, making the people are wrong. Now Mr. Clappers, that's why he deserves. But Pastor Nungu they make him now. And bringing people that we come to me, the family blow me yet. Now all family blow like General. General and give me two black good black pignini, one black boy and one black girl, and two black start wanting me. Now they all growing up. And the unfortunate thing is they'll never know their mother. And that's the sad part about it. So me like taking the time now. Talk sorry all the Mary lo Papua New Guinea, now particularly all family blow General Kennedy. Now all those people were involved. Although we put in public dollars, but now give me chance to me talk sorry through long till something happened. Now money me give Mr. Laclabos finished. Thank you. Now Mr. Laclabos finished, but life is gone. One of the young Mary and I really feel for her too because she was part of my life too. Now I want them to let me like finishing lead the debate for me now. Talk thank you long. Arim Lomi Deputy Speaker. But finally, me like repeat again, also please we must pass him law, long enforce him so that we can protect him all, Mary, na mama, and all auntie, na sister, me. Thank you.
Member for Kerawagi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for giving this opportunity to speak and look all of people of Kerawagi. Thank you, Governor MCD, for bringing this important issue for discussion. I think our speakers, the leaders in the House, have spoke well of the very important issue. I just want to make a few sentiments to add on to what they have already discussed or spoke. I just want to ask this question, why these ladies are important in the society? We are discussing about imposing a very strong laws against this violence, domestic violence and gender equity violence. We have other crime rate like marijuana or bank robbery, or there are so many crime issues in this country that we need to
actually think about that. These ladies they're supposed to be given the right place in the society. But they don't need a law to control. They are part of us. They are part of the society, part of this country. We are taking it like it's like a very criminal act in nature. The men flocks, if they are watching television or any media around the country, they should understand this. Ladies are very important in our society. In Genesis chapter 2, speaks about the creation of woman. Actually, the men were sleeping. The men were sleeping. And God actually took the rib out of man to create a woman. So I think if our doctors say they can able to actually count the ribs off. I think men should have one rib less than women. Because our rib has been taken out. Just like woman was cloned out of the man. The whole full material in men is actually gone into the woman. So they are part of the man. They cannot be discriminated or even actually violate. Men has to respect women in all costs in our society. So the men wake up and said, bone taken from a bone, flesh from a flesh. So I'll call her a woman. You see, it's not fit for men to be alone. You need assistance. Because if we discriminate women in this country, actually, God knows that we need the assistant. We cannot stand alone. The community cannot stand alone. The society and family cannot stand alone. Men cannot stand alone. They need an assistant. If we discriminate, violate them, then we'll be weak. We cannot build this country without a woman. We cannot, because the natural laws has declared that they are assistant. They have to support us to build this nation. The men wake up and said, I'll call her a woman. So I think female or woman, they actually play a very important part in our society. When you look at a woman, men, W-O-M-E-N. So womb, men, fetus, men. So actually they are our brothers with wombs that carry fetus and give birth. They are women with breast. They are men with breast. So actually they are our brothers to support. They actually assist us to build our society, community, and family. We cannot impose tighter laws or strong laws to actually control this kind of activity that we are doing in our country. This country was declared independent 50 years ago, 50 years. And we are now 50 years old as a sovereign nation. 50 years is a very matured age. Matured age. Some of us are beyond 50 years now. People are looking tumpuna. People are growing baswas, Kerala, white grass now. 50 years is a matured age. It's actually a matured age. Now, if we are declared, sovereign nation, we should be civilized in the mind as well. All man will party will marry stuff here, all man. Actually, they need the ladies because all assistant here. With respect to Dr. Alino, I'm talking about all man party mo kana something. And one party, why is arrest will marry? No law, no recently embarrassed will marry. And because uncivil mind, unsound, uncivil mind. I have understanding, I will close now. On level of understanding importance of marrying the society. That's what I mean, Muslim. Mary actually all strength to society. All immunity more long grow in this land. Family will never be progress without the ladies, mothers. All man who go street now, who go party will marry now. Because they were actually born out to the women. So women should be given actually without law, without control, without anything. They are part of us and all back in the right place in our society. People must understand this. There are strength because every time you go Laos, all mangi by come to people talk, Mama way, that's the first question you ask you. Was it Misa Migamoso? All mangi come now, all come to us all. Me must ask him, Mama stop Laos. So was Mama in the stop now talk, no God, now that's all some land come now, Kalab Locarna go. You are feeling weakened because the strength has left the house. This is a country, you total plenty problem now. Plenty issues you total stop just because we don't give the right place of women in our society. That's why I'm facing problems stop, yeah. Because the strength has been ignored. Some all stop now, you know, every areas of the activities living in a society in the country. This country actually never grow, never become strong because nature I'm talking, I'm assistant here. We need an assistant. Every man needs an assistant. Every family needs an assistant. Every community needs an assistant. Society, nation as alone need an assistant. Those are female flocks. Or young man Mary, or young man Papa, you stop the country was Muslim. This country, family will grow, community will grow, society will grow, country will grow. Some of you give right place, all marry in what you are doing. No one look Muslim on blah weak no God. You may party more now. Embarrassing because you may show weakness to me. Fighting Mary even one was strength. It's a weakness. Morality, you long finish. Uncivil mind. You're weak. You're weak because you cannot able to manage me yet. You weakness. That's why you show weakness to fighting Mary. Now let's look at something. So if you fully Mary come inside, now give him right place in society with me. I think even by prosper or manage something, plan something by prosper. Because already stop all strength, now all comfort, now all warmth. Already stop one place, you go warmth by stop. Strong by stop. Comfort by stop. So actually, even if I don't say something, all man must say, they need to give the right place, respect him, all marina. So like I know, I'm not still prosper. Lord, please for me also, all marina must almost say, they are important. Actually, almost important role in life, Lord. Valuable role in life, Lord. Almost respect him all yet. You look at him, go there, make him brief, for Mary. Now, Mary also become assistant, the other become as far as reap now, so that also. So, Mary come headlong, one as well as a province also. We need to, all Mary to need to almost respect him all yet. Go sleep the right time. No one don't drink beer and misses me yet. Now, foul na kanasan. You may not even lose him na drink the wheel na. You give him one road long old man become na, make him silakan walasin na silakan sila life. All ladies need to respect that, respect himself, see the value in all. Now almost how long? Be disciplined because you are very important. Very important, yeah. Actually building a family, building community, building society, building country, and you all married stuff. So you must respect youth now. William, this like strong your position in our society. So you must discipline youth now. At least you will continue here. No going to parliament too. Lani Mary or good Mary. One Mary, Imi Minglo, Mrs. Simina, Slagania, implemented Logam so. Actually, in the 50 years forward, Imi Trem and give Mary right place in our culture and our society. Thank you.
Member for Madang.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. like to take this opportunity to contribute to today's debate on an important issue of gender-based violence. I would also like to acknowledge the personal testimony by our good Minister for Provincial and Government Affairs. He made an important point on this issue. We have been giving speeches talking about people outside being perpetrators, but there are many perpetrators in this House and have been in this House and will be in this House for years to come. That issue we seem to be forgetting. And he is the first Member of Parliament on record to actually share his own experience when he was a young man and the regret he had in a domestic altercation with his own late wife. I would also like to acknowledge the testimony shared by the Governor for Jiwaka on the same issues that concerned his own family member, grandson being a perpetrator. I'd also like to acknowledge the comments made by the member for Wabag and his efforts in dealing with gender-based violence. This issue is a very complex issue. There is no solution, there is no one law will solve this issue. Actually, we have sufficient law to deal with gender-based violence and many crimes in our country. New laws is not the issue. While new laws can improve addressing this issue, right now there is sufficient laws to take appropriate action. The problem is we don't have enforcement. That's the problem. We don't have sufficient officers that are being supported to address this issue. And having previously had the opportunity to serve as a reserve member of the PNG Constabulary in 1990s with then the current Deputy Prime Minister and I think the member for Fisheries, Minister for Fisheries, I had the opportunity firsthand to see how complex this issue, gender-based violence, where you sign on duty, go before the police station, and then you have members of the public coming to file their complaint. Many women, victims of their gender-based violence, where the perpetrators are their own husband. And I've seen firsthand where officers say, something lo marit, you blow straight in past it. When you've been trained to say, even though something lo marit, there's a crime. You register the crime and you follow the process of the law. Regardless you married or you tambu or you wear. The law applies to everybody. So there were many times that I was questioning even my fellow officers, why did you arrest him? And some of them shared their experience, which is something that can't be ignored. They said, me plus arrest him, time lo come to court, medi blong him less log him evidence. Me plus hard work, sit down, write him over the statement, prepare a file, go to court, no got witness, em less lo kalabus man blong him because em talk man blong him go to kalabus, then usad by look out to me. Em yet walk, me plus no got fortnight. So they withdraw the charges. And this is an issue many members in blue or our officers face. And it's a problem. There's no simple solution, you carry law come, you administrate him. These are issues that many ordinary Papua New Guineans do not understand. The other complex issue of gender-based violence, that it involves the very people that we love and care and share and trust. You know, Manlo Street come na Brookie House na Paitim you or Bagara you na you can kalabus him. The very people that raised us, the very people that care for us, the very people that you got married to, had kids with, and Molisa line. It involves them, family. You know, a simple issue. There is not clear, some criminal broke in your house, na mila kalabusmen, or in Paitim you na mila kalabusmen, or in raping you na mila kalabusmen. This is a complex problem that needs complex solutions. But the fact remains, it is getting worse. I recall in the last parliament, I gave a similar speech. We're back here giving the same speech. The only difference is it's gotten worse. That's the difference. And it'll continue to get worse. If we can't even hold ourselves accountable in this parliament on this issue, then how do we expect to hold other people accountable? So yes, this issue concerns even our own members of parliament. Some have taken the correct and appropriate decision to even stand down on this issue and defend themselves in the court of law, as the law states we are innocent until proven guilty. And we have others where our Prime Minister has to stand them down. But later, after a few weeks and months, somehow they go back to the same position again. So why are we telling the people, when we come here and say we have to show leadership, when we are not showing leadership? Leadership starts here. No one man innocent losin. None of us are innocent for sin. The question is, what do you do after you commit the sin? You talk me wrong, me mari, me go to court, me accept me wrong. Or you duck and weave. We talk about passing Christian bill. I mean, really? I mean, it sounds good. But where's the practice of our Christian values and principles? Easy to pass a law. So we're going to be back next year. We want to talk about the same issue because we don't have a plan. We're not holding ourselves accountable to start with. We're not holding our colleagues accountable to start with. We're not holding our constituents or family members accountable to start with. So we're just here to give lip service. Speeches that mean nothing. We have a deteriorating police department that didn't just turn up yesterday. So I understand the minister faces challenges. Even when I went in there a short time to see firsthand, it was very difficult to find good officers. And even if you did, they said, well, we never had good sergeants. We never had good commissioners. This is how we inherited the force. So what do you expect us to do? So I hope from today's discussion and debate and testimony shared by our fellow members and ministers that we don't come back next year and present another report and give another prepared speech, that we actually have a proper debate and a plan. The government is in charge. Opposition, we're not in charge. We can't come and say, here's the plan, you're in charge, so you are responsible. And our job is to hold you responsible. When you do the right things, we acknowledge you. When you do the wrong things, we hold you accountable. So can we bring a plan on how to address the issue of gender-based violence? The laws are there. There's sufficient law even right now. The question now is, what greater, more resources are we going to give those involved in the area of gender-based violence? What offices are we going to build? What vehicles are we going to supply? What manpower? Training on mediation. Because the ongoing issue of gender-based violence is that it involves people we care about. And sometimes they are not in a position to hold themselves accountable. And then they're going to need mediation. Gender-based violence is a crime that has been repeated over years and years and years. You know, it started with abuse, it started with ill feeling, then verbal abuse, then threats of verbal abuse, and then violence, and then sexual violence. That took years for them to get to that stage in their life. These are built-up habits that have been repeated, conditioned, and entrenched. So even you lock someone up tomorrow, he comes out, and we'll go back to the same passing blong. So we only change passing, ta you mi pilim pen, or you mi sem, or you mi amamas. Lolusi wampla passing, na golonalpla passing. These are issues that deal with psychological behavior, human behavior, and it's going to take professionals in this space, and it takes the initiative for us in this parliament to start talking about what needs to happen. What is the plan? Where are the experts? Do they have a plan? We had experts to come up with a cure for COVID. We paid them 10 million. I didn't see any cure. Can we get 10 million to get some experts in to address the issue of gender-based violence? I mean, there's far more greater victims in that space. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the opportunity to speak on this important issue. And I hope my fellow colleagues and the government and the Prime Minister take note. If you are serious and you're saying to the media, take leadership, well, you have one leadership to take. We have a case. A person's innocent until proven guilty, but let's demonstrate that we are serious. Let them go clear their name. Don't talk about fighting gender-based violence when the elephant in the room is looking at you. Thank you, Naim Tasso.
Member of Lokadep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this space to speak on this very important issue on gender equality, women's rights, and children's protection. I share all the sentiments raised by colleague members of Parliament, and I also acknowledge the chairperson, the governor of NCD, and the deputy governor East Britain, East Civic, the members who have spent time on this, and they've done a good work in presenting the report. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address a matter of national urgency and moral obligation. The persistent challenges faced by women and children in Papua New Guinea, and like we've heard many say, has been persistent for a long time. These challenges are well documented. They have been researched well. The policies have been written, and the strategies have been agreed upon, and it is a very broad issue addressed internationally as well as in Papua New Guinea. What we need now is not more reports, but decisive action, like we have all inferred in some of the speeches we've heard yesterday and today. We must have the strong leadership, not just the government, but all of us in our own space of leadership that we are, and a commitment to implementing that real change that we're looking for. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, here we are looking for solutions, but I think the solutions are right there in the speeches that we have delivered. They're there, the solutions are right here, and I think all of us agree the implementation is the challenge. Mr. Speaker, as Dr. James Eamon Agre, a distinguished Kenyan and African scholar and educator, stated profoundly one time, I quote, and he said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. All of us agree on that. The speeches have been alluding to this very fact. End of quote. These words encapsulate a fundamental truth about the transformative power of education, particularly for women and girls. That's one of those areas where the solution lies, in empowering girls and women through quality education. The progress of any nation is instinctively linked to the development of its people, and investing in the education of women is not just a matter of equality. It is a strategic imperative for national growth. When women are educated, they become agents of change in their families, communities, and the broader society, because they're always with the children. We men, we produce the children, and we are not with them all the time, but the women are always with the children. Therefore, the children's character is more developed by the mother and her influence and the environment that she is in. They raise healthier children, contribute meaningfully to economic development, and advocate for social progress. An educated woman is more likely to ensure that her children receive quality education, breaking the cycle of poverty and fostering generational prosperity for that family. Mr. Speaker, our nation's future depends on the empowerment of our women and girls, correctly and rightly said by many. By prioritizing access to quality education, skills training, and leadership opportunities for them, we're laying the foundation for a more equitable, innovative, and prosperous society. We
must continue to support policies and initiatives that remove barriers to education, challenge outdated cultural norms, and create pathways for women to participate fully in all sectors of our economy and governance. And I agree with the Prime Minister's statement yesterday. I think was also mentioned by Governor of Western Britain when they addressed the issue of polygamy in Papua New Guinea. I also join that, and I say it is not suitable in the modern Papua New Guinea today, and young men should now change from that culture to one of nuclear family, because it is more affordable and you raise a quality family when you're living in that family form. Let us recognize that the empowerment of women through education is not merely a social responsibility, but a national necessity. In doing so, we build not only individuals, but a stronger, more resilient nation that thrives on the contribution of its people. And that has been studied and revealed by many all around the world, but in Papua New Guinea society, in Anga, we have the society where the women looks after the pigs, looks after the wealth, looks after the garden, and the men, they normally they thrive as leaders upon what the women look after at home. There is probably a universal truth throughout the world, and we have acknowledged that, but again, we have to implement that, make it materialize into reality. But what are the challenges we face today, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Despite the many policies in place already, implementation remains weak, and the progress of gender equality remains low. And I would like to make this point here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Every time when we say that the implementation is weak, or any critic that comes about, we look at the government, and we always think, I think the culture is there, the mindset is that the government is at fault, the government is at fault. I like to throw that mindset away. The government can do some things, but other things we as individual MPs can do, councillors can do, magistrates can do, but as an individual, as a man can do too. The churches can do, NGOs can do. I think we should look at the diversified approach or collective approach rather than looking at just one area only, and therefore you'll find many, they don't do because they always expect one party to do and others don't do. It is a collective responsibility. I, as a person like me, myself, Don Pompole, I address in my family, in my own life. Not look at somebody else, but I address women, gender issues. My daughters, I have 9 daughters, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm blessed with 9 daughters, and I speak for them as well as for all the girls and women in Papua New Guinea. I have the responsibility. I think that's where it starts, as an individual. And despite the many policies, we have to implement individually. And one of those challenges that we face is the violence that we have talked about that we face every now and then. And it is one of the highest rates of gender-based violence in the world. Many women suffer in silence due to cultural norms, like we had a member from Medang saying. It's very true. My brothers, they beat up their wife, and beat up the wives, and they come to me, and I like to look the brother up. The wife then says, yeah, but who's going to look after my baby? So that's a challenge there. So there's so many things that we have to uncover and look at strategic solutions to addressing these issues of cultural norm. And there's a need for stronger enforcement of laws to protect women and ensure justice is served. And I agree that we should have laws, but we have laws already. I think that point is very important. We take note as a parliament. There's laws there already. We need not make new laws to make it stronger, the efforts of PNG to curb violence against women. We should implement them. Number 2 is limited access to education and health care. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while policies exist to support girls' education, poor implementation has hindered the progress. Schools must have gender-friendly policies, and teacher training must include gender equality and social inclusion. Very important in all our institutions. Number 2, in health care, many women, especially in rural areas, lack access to maternal and reproductive health services. This must change if we are to see a healthier and stronger nation. In Kandip, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we've done is we are now introducing mobile clinic services. So the mobile clinic service brings the health service to those mothers in those rural areas so that we don't have health officers who wait for the women and the girls to come to them to a health center, which is many many, many kilometers away, but we are now bringing the service to the girls there, to the women there, so that we improve preventive health care programs for them. And that's the approach we're taking, kind of introducing mobile clinic services to all the rural hamlets of the district. And number 3 challenge, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the underrepresentation of women in decision making, and that is a point that's been raised. I think we need to, as a parliament, now think, can we make some women appointed to this floor parliament rather than waiting for them to be elected? Probably some other time when we have an equal playing field on the election, and we cannot deny that. There's so many election-related violence against each other, candidates and so forth. Probably we should now make a decision to have some more women appointed until such time when Papua New Guinea improves in its electoral process, Mr. Speaker. We must remove cultural and systematic barriers and actively promote the inclusion of women in politics, business, and governance. But I must also say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we are doing well. Papua New Guinea is doing well. It's not whole gloom here. Man, we're doing well. You look at the women in all these positions, like, for instance, in the higher education space, in sports space. You look at in the other areas like finance and business space, private sectors, but women are rising up. Women are doing well. So we are happy, we are proud, we're progressing, but let's continue to make it become better and better. Now, in the economic disparity, we have seen women not being given enough support in business. And I think what we should do is we should probably create an SME program for women only. Let's not put money just for women and men and every business and SMEs, but let's say this amount of money we place here for women in business to have access to, so that only women have access to the financing, to give them that economic fairness, that economic equity participation. So we have women working. The 5th challenge we face, the children. There's so many children on the streets. There must be a program for these children. Some of them probably are there because the parents died of HIV/AIDS. Some of them probably of orphans. Some are probably, they don't know who their mother is or father is. What do we do with those kids? There are many of them around. We must protect them. There's, I think, a Child Protection Act in place. I remember at that time, then Carol Kidu, when she was the Minister of Social Development, she introduced a bill, and the law is there. Now let's look at how to implement that. It's good that the Minister of Social Development spoke on it, and he even made some good suggestions there, Mr. Speaker. We can look at it and how do we protect the children and the family. Our welfare service in the rural places, in the urban centers are very important too. There must be some advice given to young married people so that in that way they know how to raise their families, bring them up, like the Methodist Wagi was saying, in a more morally, spiritually, and academically balanced way of life. And girls, I think special consideration should be given to girls in all these activities, and the university space, etc. Probably there should be girls scholarship programs should be introduced, and I'm happy the Minister for Higher Education, Prime Minister, has been speaking about it, how he was putting some programs in there. I think we should look at how do we give girls scholarship in Tibet and in higher education university space. And I'll also make this point to the Minister of Education that the food is good is there, and there's about 60,000 students or so. They're sitting in the food programs to be given a second chance in the higher education institution spaces, but it's a very challenge there for girls there. So let's look at that area. You have 60,000 students sitting to give it a second chance to Papua New Guinea. But then you have space up there, the university levels, the college levels, civil levels is very limited. So how do you open that up so that you have more Papua New Guinean girls coming up through the system? So we have to address the fourth area. And I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must establish a technical school system. Rather than just working with the Tibets, we establish technical school system, high school systems in all the provinces. One of the schools in the province should be a technical education system because in that you'll find young people will be learning, girls will be learning skills, not just the semantic subjects like English, maths, or the STEM or STEAM courses only, but they're also learning how to apply skills, develop skills from, say, grade 9, grade 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so that they're already skilled. By the time they come out of national high school in grade 12, they're skilled to employ themselves and apply their skill. At the moment, we're giving them only all those semantic courses, and once they come out with just those STEM or just English, mathematics, or science, and say ICT, they'll have to wait if they don't go through if they're unsuccessful progressing through the upper echelon of education. So we must skill our young people, and girls are very importantly can be skilled through a system called the technical school system, where every province can have a high school. In fact, in Kandep, we're building 3 high schools, and one of them is a technical high school, and we're going to train these skills through the school system. So it's not just the government. We can do a lot of things that they can change this whole culture altogether of overlooking the girls. Now let me just come down to the issue of sports. I think it's a new area, and sports is a very important area. There's some things that in my short stint there, I realized that Papua New Guinea girls are coming out playing sports. And I'm glad Prime Minister mentioned one of our very powerful weightlifter. She's a very little woman, but I tell you, the weight she carries is very, very heavy, very powerful. And I see many young women, they are going to sports. But also there's some other challenge where men want to do the women's sports as well. And you find all over the world, all kinds of things are coming up like this, and PNG should be prepared for that. And I think girls' sports is very important. We just support that. And there's a lot of interest that I've seen, and those are areas that we can free up our women to be happy and healthy, and you can give them that empowerment. And there's a strategy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, called the Gender Equality Strategy 2023-2025. It's there. I think the policy is there under the Maraberosa government, and it is, I think, being implemented. I had a member from Medang say, what is the government's plan? I think this is the plan. The plan is there. Let's just implement it, make sure the public service implements it correctly. So the government does have a plan. PNC does have a plan. We know how, what causes gender violence. We know the factors. We know the stimulators. And we have a plan there. The challenge, I think all of us must agree, the whole floor of Parliament can agree, is that we are not implementing because of the skills in advocacy that we find in our public service, and that's where public service can be given a bit of a reform to improve the skills there. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let me just conclude. It's not just that. I had the General Governor was speaking yesterday. She talked about an holistic issues, and that's true. The house that we sit today, Parliament, is just must be reformed. I think we should go bicameral. Upper house, lower house. The executive government system, let's reform it. The number of ministers, how you link that to the parliamentary democracy, we have to reform that. Look at the public service, efficiency and quality delivery, productivity, that must be reformed also. On the economic front, we have to change our economic systems as well. And the police, we should decentralize police powers to the provinces. Decentralize. We're too scared to decentralize powers at the national level to the provinces. I say, no, close our eyes and let's give the power to the provinces. Like local level government. That's where those young people are. That's where the family base is. So why are we always undermining and not trusting the local level government system? Let's support them. Let's empower them. Give them money. Let's let them do that. National government should be playing a more regulatory kind of a function. The money, operational issues, give to the province and give to the LLG levels. Then you'll find people will take ownership to itself. So I think it demands reform in the whole structure. This parliament democracy needs to be reformed. Let's have a bicameral system, upper house, lower house. Let's reform the national executive. A few number of ministers, but you have parliament secretaries that run the parliament committees. And then you mix not just elected MPs, but also get people from the civil society, from the business sector, into the parliament committee system. Let's do something different, and let's create something different that is in result. You'll find we will do some reform. It's not just a gender-based violence against women. The member for Nawai was talking about against men too, but men don't talk. So it is from every aspect. If you look at it, we're talking about women here, but you look at the police, we look at the public service, you look at the other areas, the economic problems, all of them, they need to be reviewed and reformed, and it starts here on the parliament. Let's make a better parliament system. Let's give empowerment to the province and the local level government systems. Give them all the powers and let them do those activities, operational stuff and decision making. National government is a regulator, more supervisory role. The provinces give power to the LLGs, and the province become a supervisor head at the province level, and you find those issues of gender violence, children protection, family issues, girls' education will all change. We need to reform. We are living in the past. We must reform to suit the current modern environment. If everybody is saying that in the past it was so good, like the governor of Juwaka said, many said, now we have seen things are changing. It's simply because we are living a modern life, but embracing a past system, a past ideology, a past culture, living in a past structure. If we change that to suit the modern progress, you'll find that you'll see modern culture developed into the minds of families, and you'll find Papua New Guineans become better because we are leading in that perspective. We need to reform. Then you find the others, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the other factors, the other key areas that affect, and in this particular case is the
Honourable Member,
women change. Thank you.
Your 20 minutes has lapsed. Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Me too like joining this debate report where Tubla Gupla Governor Yimi, Governor Blo National Capital District, Honorable Post Pakop, Quantum Governor Blo Isipik, Honorable Alan Betty, Karamikamlo, this Parliament, Blo Yimi can debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, firstly, me like rebutting this notion by a member for Medang that leadership starts in Parliament. That is not true. Leadership starts at home. Me too, rebutting this debate by a member for Kandep also, reforms will change gender-based violence, or education will change gender-based violence. Mission Aployana, me talk for and on behalf of my people of Wanimo Green River electorate, na Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, looking back in time, our uncivilized society was more civilized than ours, the civilized world. You meet in also 50 years on, as me play go inside the civilized world now, high level of education, and by sensing me play. But now you may look, there is a total moral breakdown, societal breakdown, discipline problem, mentality and attitude issue in the country. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, me like starting also. Last week, 81 members of Parliament voted for Christian bill. So we have to go back to the why system law before where you look at the education, we only look at the access to the Bible, and we function well. And now you may get access to the Bible, you may declaring you may also Christian country. But our attitude, our behavior is far from us being a Christian country. What has gone wrong? Firstly, let's go back to creating a foundational biblical principle. Book of Ephesians, chapter 21, going up long. Chapter 5, verse 21, going up 33. Let me talk out very clearly and explicitly. Now, me read him talk also verse 22. Now you go. Wives, be subject to your husbands as to the Lord. For husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, his body, and his son is the Savior. So let wives also be subject in everything to the husbands. In the ancient times, where our ancestors and our forefathers, there was a clear principle of wives submitting to their husbands. And there was hardly any gender-based violence. Because women played their role in the homes. Women also must play an equal part to creating peace and harmony in the family setting. Something always creates something. But that doesn't mean that we men take advantage and abuse our wives, abuse women. But rather respect them, respect our wives, respect our women for the sacrifices that they make in our homes and to making sure our household is happy. I strongly condemn any form of gender-based violence, not only against women, but also against men. In some parts of our country, especially the region that I come from the city, women are much more tougher than men. They go up belting their husbands as well. So when we advocate for gender-based violence, we must also speak to maybe 1% of men folks who suffer from violence by their wives or by women. But in the greater outlook, what has gone wrong in our society? What has really gone wrong? Why the system back then operated so well and it's not operating in our time the way we want? I believe it's to do with our mentality, with our attitude. We are so educated, but we are very uncivilized. We are more uncivilized than our forefathers. That is why advocating for Christian principles back in our family unit is so important. Disciplining our children. Stop this notion of bringing Western culture into our culture. Oh, no can fighting picnic no time you like disciplining them. No, we have to discipline our kids. You mean you can bring in passing the white man come to society blue. You may speak as a culture minister. We must uphold our traditions and our cultural values. Our cultural values must now be taught back in the schools. Today, I tell you, some of our kids don't know how to speak their own language. They don't know their culture, their traditions. We are creating a lost generation. We are creating a boombox generation, a marijuana generation, a steam generation. So we go back to the foundational biblical principles if we are talking about violence against women. Women, you must play equally your part in the home. So you gain respect from your husband. And your husband will reciprocate. You know, we talk about control measures. We talk about law and order issues. We talk about enforcement of laws. We talk about creating new laws. I agree with member for Wabeck. There is no need to create new laws. The laws are there. What's lacking in our country is enforcement of those laws. And yes, I do agree. Our women folk are always at the receiving end because they are weak part of our society. But if we create the cultural values, our traditional values back in our small family units, I believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can change the mindset of our children, the mentality of our children, the level of respect that they will give to their parents. Even the kids today do not respect their parents because we are adopting the Western culture. Why are some Asian nations, the Arab nations, still all high cultural values, and you do not see lawlessness in those countries? They are Muslims, they are Hindus, Buddhists, but they have that cultural values, that respect, because we do not practice it at home. Stop this adopting the Western cultural values into our country. Let's go back to our cultural values that exist. Then you will see the change in the mindset of our people, the mentality of our people. Hence, the leadership doesn't start in the floor of parliament. The leadership starts back in the family units, back at our homes. When we educate our kids well, when we discipline them before the primary school, people are picking and walking biget, teachers are exim rula na pai dehan mipla. Teacher sa kisim kanda na wipi mipla to tell us that what we were doing is wrong. And that was the only way to develop a disciplined individual. So we can come here and debate all we like, but if we don't go back to our cultural values, and then with our country now pronounced clearly as a Christian country, and practice the Christian values, we can debate all we like, and we'll just waste our time on the floor of parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to make certain observations and maybe make recommendations to the floor of parliament as we go forward. As we reach 50 years, how do we change as a country? I see in a lot of social media, women being tortured because there's a suspect of sorcery. And we have not taken any action against those people. We have not even arrested one. First, let's establish order at home. Women, if you are listening today, while we are advocating for you, go back to your homes and read Ephesians chapter 5, verse 21 to 33. Understand the meaning of that and do your part as a wife. Then you will get the same respect from your husband. It will be reciprocated. wives, subject yourself to your husbands. Let's establish that order. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to recommend that as a government we must reintroduce religious instructions back in our schools. Reintroduce religious instruction. Now that we have declared ourselves as a Christian country, from elementary to universities, there must be religious instructions, there must be Bibles in those schools. Make it compulsory that one of the subjects to be taught from elementary to universities is theology, is religion. And the other is our cultural values. Those two must work hand in hand in order for us to restore respect, moral dignity, ethical values. Thirdly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while we are here as a government, I would like to recommend we introduce compulsory national service, compulsory military service. Immediately after grade 12, every Papua New Guinean finishing grade 12 must go through compulsory military training. Yes. National service. This is the only way to change the mindset and the attitude of the people. This is the only way for us to change the next generation. It's about self-respect. When a man or woman is trained 2 years on compulsory military training, he or she will start respecting themselves first. When you have self-respect, then you start to respect others. Let's introduce compulsory military training immediately after our children finish grade 12. The School of National Service. Let's do it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, law enforcement. The laws are already there. We just need to start making arrests. Tougher laws are already there. Let's start pronouncing penalties. And use them as deterrent so that we create a safer society for all of us. If we do not do it now, we can never address it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would strongly advocate that we reintroduce religious instructions back in our schools, from elementary to universities. Now that we are a Christian country, all the Bibles should be distributed, make it mandatory. And compulsory for religious education in all levels of school. Start introducing cultural values back from elementary to universities, so we are reminded of what our cultural and traditional values are. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 50 years on, we need to seriously relook at where we are going and how we're going to change our country. And I believe with those recommendations that I have made, we can change the course of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you must start look strong, rousing this law where you may talk also and you may not can fight in Pignini. We are a Melanesian society. Our culture demands discipline for our kids at home. And it must be done so that our kids know what the rules are at home growing up, they will become better citizens of our country. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member for Miduramu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mitulak mekim sopla debate blumilo disla notice. Thank you, Law. Me time before Law me give him debate blumilo me to thank you, Law. Triple lady. Emake mouse blong all geta or mama blom plana, susa blom plalo place na all girls blom plana. Stop blom this blouse. Take that to thank you blom long. Secondly, me too to thank you. Osem Yumi come up on them some good plato talk. Law fiction country. I want blood difficult something law you mean by fiction. But how long this day suppose you mean of fiction? Next government went on a fiction. And big blood issue blow country. Now you may talk to us on now. You may lose him the flow now go said by fiction. Basta also. This blood if you belong old mama come a big blow country. You may look. Now you know all mama tas all get along, you may all man to, all beginning to. Freedom belong all wrong. Stop belong all and go come a big blood. Me amama so say me born as a Papua New Guinea. Now me get good plus society blow me. Long place blow me got custom na culture na tradition blow me stuff. Long talk. School talk long papa ito ko sa mino can steal. You know can mangalim Mary blong narapla. You know can I agree. Buslo. Golo warablo yu etik shima buslo fish long warablo yu. Em talk school talk na talk law or papa bin put him law. Society na law custom na culture blow. So me amama so sem display law sta. Na me amama so sem government law Papua New Guinea 99% long ground me pla all Papua New Guinea woni. 1% tasolem government woni. Especially on state ground. Na me got good blow warab long drain ground long planium kai na come up bush mountain resource is the free. Time government ask him people listen go long government law. Develop it. Plati me oklong look give me Papua New Guinea Malaysia. Like kiss him free and out. Now make him plant he come up lazy long this country. So you mean by no law solving this law problem long country? Mr. Deputy Speaker. You mean on a fiction display issue? Me sit down on this scale, you may can talk. You may can set him all kind of law, but you may not long finish him, you don't find him solution long. Basta mo talk medengam beautiful na. All singers blow medeng all talk medeng beautiful. Time all man marry long island go down piney boy long medeng all sleep free long nabis. But now I'm not free, I'm not safe more. Me support him think blow minister blow tourism na. Member blow candidate member blow medeng. Honorable member talk lunga. Ayumi set him this bla passing this la bill blow parliament Christian bill. Me no want plus something where me background in country. Now even you know na funding one plus money long carry him out duty long this plus bill and free. I'm free. You may set him as a more American look him na biane na stop what. But triple something in Yoklo Bagarabi more people na you may talk long this plus. You may come long different all culture na custom. But time old man very all beginning only born with them different all attitude na character na behavior blong. This plus tasole mi Bagarabi country. You long sit down and me look go. You me talk to discuss in jet long here. Time is stop outside too. Me walk about round. And me look in time already long come up long. Country me long sit down. I'm block find solution also. Over the time long flow you me raise him law and order, law and order, law and order. Minister block police me give him all kind all ends up long and but and me no solve him one block problem. Now you mean discuss many one him solution me block find him long. Kill him die. You mean no find him one block solution too. You mean just discuss nothing. You mean by passing or some law and bill. But this plan by work out, no God. You mean by reducing this law, levy blow. All Susa blow, Mama blow, all free. But long some part of community, no province, no district, no LLC, no ward council, and by come up, you mean enough fiction complete in this plan. So look na understanding blow me or some supporting thinking. Long all nara problem by little talk long. 1 plus something. Emi work long come up in problem is long country big plus something. Me look in more public service from me long go sana brown long poco house poco machine now. Now this block get all go stop then time only bring him all get a pay go long all family block all and 1 block post long something in that long country. You may stop him this like you may talk like economic block country now. You may look road block some money but I'm not benefiting people by you. Stop him this la foko masi. Stop him horse race. Stop him cut. This for something and all thinking running business that's all some money but benefit long people and come up also one. Background family. Papa work money na ino current money go long house mama belat cross now to bla fight now. Na mama sim background. Pikini no go long school go. Government, you may look this plan. I'm responsibility blow you mean government. You may not can talk long set him blow taso. Society blow me blow good plus society am stop. Time you may adopt him. Society blow marabla country time you may look him country blow me play and long start long bagarap now. Culture blow me play and losing you mean go. Freedom you may stop long and I'm losing you mean go. Now you may come long some crucial time now. You may try long change him this long something. Stop him all this way. Stop him Foco house. Stop him most race house. Stop him cut. Talk him all business house, no can supply him cut. Stop him. Talk him all money on him most race. Stop him most race. Pass him. Stop him all man no can on him Foco machine house. One him benefit long all people. 2. You may establish him before Tumbuna blomi, custom blomi, mino, no got on story me binarem walking 1 bla, cut him banana, walk him yawan and dringo. Plan him cognac, no walk him cognac and dringo no got. Now beer come, all man thinking long drink beer and all to kosam. 24 pack, 12 pack, 6 pack. Now you may talk to long solve a issue block country and this block something contributing problem stop here. You may try and stop him this block. Up in price blame guanta, but you may think long one okay, you may up in price blame guanta. And maybe not bring you 1 block good plus something actually. You may look low resource that's low economic money block country and you may look on this block, but low benefit low people I mean no good block. No got 1 block time me looking one man drink Coca-Cola nor fight long up spark no fighting. All popo juice all fresh juice me blood walk him and drink now spark no fighting. No got here. All man working bottle or street nor fight here. Now you may look at Melanesian coming set now. All foreign coming set na advise him all local youth blow me blood walk him yawana. Now look at Morga Tab and Yawa pull up. How about you may control him this blood? Something where and by affecting country blow me plan and go bagarap and you may not can allow you. I'm also something is a country you may need look this blood. Now you may fix him. Stop him on this blood. 2. You may look long. All youth na, all young pla. Plenty of you may town, city, free and out all kisim na. Me look him Molgata settlement and me pull up. Now young pla girls blow me pla good pla susa blow me pla good pla mama blow me pla. Oli go prostitute nothing na, all carry mol piginin na lusim lo straight. Na uset ba lo timol. Uset ba feeding mol sol piginin. Uset ba discipline mol sol piginin. Am now all stop lo straight na oli kosi mol samplakan problem. Tau na city belum ipla yumi no got freedom ne. All susah belum ipla, all mama belum ipla, all girls belum ipla, by no na proud no free. Na even yumi too. Ipla member yumi no sabe but me man blo go shopping blo onem na. Me surround free one people so me at long na me feeling fret lo me go round long store lo shopping. Me la round too. Timi talk long all mama freedom long all mama but them all something where you making. You need long controlling moldis la. Fix him now, but you may look him good plus something but come up low country. Two. And most of people from low country only watch him now long this platete you may long talk long. All mama blom mipla. Or susa blom mipla low country only face him some problem na come you may talk na. I'll chat only watch him stuff. But long public was a million talk deputy speaker. One plus good plus something. Me look him na me scale him. And by road long country. Time you me plan him DY. Big plus DY quanta you me like bend him na straight him na one him by you me na. Time you me like prune him. And by dry him by pull out. Na time you me like bend him and by no bend. I'm grow finish. But lick DY. And me grow can't up you me can bring him crew long and make him planting branch. You can bend him, you can control him. Deputy Speaker. All people blow me blow country, especially all mama na, you may young blow country, even you may leader too. You must get discipline in chat long house. Time you may carry more picking. That's the only way me plan go. No got narapla road. Long solving more solve problem. All beginning you may carry me must get discipline in chat long house. Me talk to one black example. Me papa mama blow me. Papa blow me and come long natural church. Mama blow me come lo Catholic. Time tupla born, tupla lusim, tupla church, tupla na tupla eloto lo PNG Bible Church. Na me born as a beginning in chat lo PNG Bible Church. So me no been touching smoke, me no been touching boy. Me no go around on the molnarbla beginning. Make him school talk lo papa, mama, me behind him. Time blow Sunday, tupla sale me go Sunday school. Mister. Come na display attitude blow me and Mister Bolsem na me come up member na Mister lo parliament. Me no sabe long still, me no sabe long talk. One kind no got. Me trust him yet. First me fear him God. Second me behind him love long God. Mister Pandanit. Example where me show him lo country. So you me all young lo country. First plus school. You me talk lo mama. First floor long kai susu blo mama. Long testing food susu blo mama. First floor long school talk mama. First floor bed blong yumi bell blo mama na leg blo mama. An blo mama wasim yumi come up good pla. School talk blo mama papa big plus something number one. First plus something inside lo country. Future lo country ba go good pla too. You know face more plenty challenge inside lo country. Inside lo family management lo family. Time you me got all order stuff in long house. But you will give good plus something but come out. Country but go good too. You know facing plenty challenge. People but sit down good. And one kind of some society custom long you me time beginning go stop long house man I'm saving some school talk papa. Now you me karam na lusim nothing na salem go school nothing na beginning no got discipline long. First plus discipline and papa mama. So you may talk long now you mean by straight him country na put him law name by straight him but future block country become long and beginning become ya bal ko long one map. You mean by set him slow loan all become ta na read him loan na behind him. He must get cancelling he must get school talk long place all people he must try na discipline him all beginning long. Am now by come up in good beginning in lo community long district lo province na lo country too. So Deputy Speaker I'm also thinking when me look him like even on absorbing display issue. Man big play grow go finish. Time you will stretch him, you will fix him. Man make him penalty long am na. But no option is. Even you will put him lo calabus too bad. Now plenty all work lo sedang also. Place kaya belum mipla ko ausman auto. Ausman ewan bla tok auto. All you know what I will care along Kalabuso when something em no got. So this bla bit me come big bla. Number one, Deputy Speaker, attitude belong all people masanis, character belong masanis, behavior belong all. Em this bla triple passing tasol by senchim country blame. Na senchim or law and order issue in the country. One time this bla thing me no na pulling plant to last bla mila finish him long year. Na me support him this bla thing long. You may can go forward them. Deputy Speaker, government em long bo tambu am toko sem long Hebrew 13:4. Government em go de mi makim na mi put him long ground. Na yumi all kata man meri yumi sabe osem government em go makim na put him. Na suppose yumi brukim law, long government em yumi brukim law long god. Na yumi brukim talk long god. So long this bla judgment em come long yumi all people. So em talk long book tampu em stop also. Now all kata something yumi talk em ask long all kata em stop lot. Kora we put him 10 bla commandment and this la 10 bla commandment them first them to no can steal, no can cross, no can fight, no can. Yumi talk all mama too em samla yumi support him mama samla yumi talk but I'm all issue by come up here. The last time one something where you know got marasin blang em all talk so every something by come up also but first plus something discipline beginning yumi karamne yumi must discipline him all this bla bas cambia. Yumi talk lo no problem but me talk lo future long country. You line him all this plus something. So government, you may stop going makim yumi. You may stop. Now you may put him on law, you may must put him, no can fear him. Human rights to him, government, I mean put him, you may long come up, make him mouse long. You may stop. You may no can fear him one plus something. One him decision you will make him, up him penalty, work him third decision law, you will pass him, you may can pass him. And now this will time by me save him country. Time country I'm go stop long. Bagara place na yimila kisim and by you not sensitive. Now I'm starting time, you may try him fix him, stretch him, you may set him good law, you may set him good policy now, but I'm flexing by country. I'm also something with me. Now you may talk long law and order, you may talk. Long finish him, long me look him, you may got law and order stuff, law you may pass him finish stuff. Deputy Speaker, this law issue you may employ more public service. Deputy Speaker and Prime Minister and all members. You may create a job opportunity, you may talk na, Lara Molman Mary long consider nothing law office, na Bilasim office na to occupy space na sit down. Or you may government employ more na pay more law, make him responsibility, want him something or why not make him no country. I'm also something where you may make it. We look at more policy, all mama, look fight on the one, all money go bribery, more auction bribery, no, look low this law. Solve him all issue too. You know what all the time government blame me to cook law, you may look bribery na. Take him one law this law, no got, you may learn taso. Now every time you may walk long talk law, big law issue, help him all, policeman law, carry him out. But what? But you may pay more, just block occupy material space. Some time government may got money, some time you know got money, but I'm responsibility belong all, make him this block work. You may also Papua New Guinea. You must take responsibility to work with me. Me as a member belong, district belong me. Me look more public service belong me, only no make him work, me mix him car, me put him fuel, na me go. Project work, one something, me go, na sale me go. We should no less work at me like look him senis. Me like achieve him 3 months long country. Me like him country mas senis. Me no come sit down loyal lo kai na Mr. Boson. He must make him history lo country. He must look at something come up. So you may as a Papua New Guinea, you must take responsibility lo one work where area where you may stop long. So she be like employ more look at a great work na university na one more round now you mean put him all lati lo work na larmo sipe na larmo start. Or no got public service no perform duty belong em rousing them lo work feed him all good man Pa yumi lagi walk kam. Yumi sit down le na talk. Yumi good pla. All policy mega law mega yumi stabat. Uset pa employ enforcing law belum pla carry out all work belum yumi law country. Then this pla thank you law. Deputy Speaker give me time. Law me make him lily debate belum me. Let me talk thank you.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the report and its recommendations be adopted. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business. Clerk.
Notice number 133, Minister for Treasury.
Honorable Governor, what's your point of order?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very important and comprehensive proposal to repeal and amend the Income Tax Act that hasn't been done for close to 50 years. And I don't think members of Parliament have had an opportunity to read it. I have tried to read it. We were only given a copy yesterday, and now I see the Treasurer wants to move to pass the bill. I think with respect to all our taxpayers who will be affected by this, it would be responsible for the government to give legal advice and also accounting advice, and unless there's a member of Parliament who has both qualifications, and unless members of Parliament were able to read this 118-page document last night, then I think it would be disrespectful of the government to take members of Parliament for granted and pass this, because we would all be failing in our responsibility to the people of Papua New Guinea, because none of us have read this. I just sat in the back now while the debate was going on this very important matter affecting our women and girls, and I tried to read this, and I think I've only read about 25% of it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I don't know if there are other members of Parliament who can read faster than me. So with great respect, and we want to support it, but we all need to understand it, and we need to take our legislative responsibilities seriously. So I wanted to raise this point of order for either yourself to make a ruling as head of the legislature, or for the government to show some respect for all of us on this floor and to withdraw the bill, give us 7 days and come back next week for us to be able to debate it properly and support it or make suggestions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Support here. Thank you.
Honorable Governor, I'll get an advice from the clerks in regard to the point of order raised. Honorable Governor, I'd like to inform the House that the motion has been already agreed to, and we will let the bill go through. We have debates that will be going on, and there will be an agreement on all debates that we made. So if there be...
How can we debate when none of the members have had the time to read it? How can anyone debate? It's a technical, a highly technical document. How by what about the debate? No government will need to. Have all the government
Honorable Governor, resume your seat. As I've mentioned earlier, the motion has been agreed to. I will allow the bill to go through, and we can, leader of government business, I can ask to adjourn this on the second reading of this to the next debate. Then it can be passed in the later session when we.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. Just to put things in perspective, Deputy Speaker, the original act was 450 pages. It's been truncated down to 118 pages. This requires some time for thoughtful consideration.
Honourable Opposition Leader, I think I've made it clear. The point of order raised by the Governor for ECP is noted, and I acknowledge that, and I've advised the House that the motion has been agreed to. Therefore, the Minister will go ahead and present the bill. We will have debate on it, and on the second reading of this, it can be urgent to give you time to look at the papers, and we will still come back in the next session to agree on the amendments that has been taken. The votes would not be on final. Yeah. Honourable Minister, I'll allow you now to present the bill.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, what's your point of order?
My point of order is, if there's a motion has been moved, if they want to dissent it, they have the right to do it. There's a procedures and process we've got to follow. Not running and standing out, sitting down, or, point of order, point of order.
Honourable Minister, I think I have already made a ruling on this. It is clear. To be fair to other members that will have time to read this, we will adjourn the debate on the second reading of this to give time for members to read on.
I hear Governor Foy speaks about processes, and I just want us to respect the process. Please, honourable leaders. Inside the House, we have a committee that is called Plans and Estimates. And this is part of a money plan that was supposed to be passed at a budget time. Now you may like working this amendment. That amendment should also go through a process.
Honourable Opposition Leader, if I will allow all of you to stand and lecture all of us ourselves here, we will not get to where we want to go. I've already made the decision. To be fair on those redeem, understanding yet, this bill will not be passed. It will be tabled by the Minister. On the second reading, we will adjourn this to give time for you to look at this, and then after his speech, the debate will be adjourned for you to look into the papers, and we will pass it in the next session of time. Minister. Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Income Tax Bill 2025.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to A, modernize and simplify the law relating to income tax, and B, repeal and replace the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, today I present the Income Tax Bill 2025. Yes, this is a historic bill. This is the first time since independence that the Parliament of Papua New Guinea has had the opportunity to pass a comprehensive modernization of our income tax laws in our country. This new bill will complete completely replace the 1959 Income Tax Act that was enacted 66 years ago and based then on Australian legislation. PNG's Income Tax Act was one of the oldest income tax laws in the world. Through time, with numerous amendments, upon amendments it had become very complex. It was quite hard to read and understand. Clever accountants had lots of opportunities to find loopholes and avoid paying their fair share of taxation. The Act failed to keep pace with our evolving economy and our desire for economic independence. This total rewrite of the 1959 Income Tax Act was recommended by the Sir Ngora Bogan Tax Review Committee back in 2015. It is part of our medium-term revenue strategy from 2022 to 2027. The primary or fundamental aim was to modernise, to simplify, to consolidate our old Act. There are some clear indicators of success with this process. The number of sections has been reduced from 369 down to 165, less than half. The number of pages has been reduced from about 500 down to 99 pages, with an additional 9 pages for regulations. That's 118 pages. That's over an 80% reduction in size. Sometimes it's simpler is better, less scope or room for those wanting to avoid tax, to find inconsistencies, to find gaps. Good things can come in small packages. This comprehensive rewrite aims to establish clear, concise and adaptable tax law suited to our country's economic, business and social environment. It provides the adaptability to address the evolving global business landscape, such as international actions, to ensure international businesses pay a minimum level of taxation. This modernisation introduces several changes categorised into major policy reforms, minor policy reforms, and technical amendments. Major policy reforms focus on reducing compliance costs, which is good for transparency and simplicity for taxpayers. Major policy reforms are aimed at improving incentives and supporting growth. This revised Income Tax Act has many sections which will help support growth in our economy. For example, under the old Act, there were 213 different categories of depreciation. This has been simplified to just 5 categories. On average, there has been a substantial increase in incentives to purchase new equipment, with over 90% of the old categories now facing faster rates of depreciation, on average across all 213 categories, a 25% faster rate of depreciation. Of course, for the sake of simplification, there are some goods that can't be depreciated as quickly. And initial allowance of 20% is allowed for manufacturing investments in their first year, Section 39. Our agriculture industry is better off. Section 123 means that all agriculture sector expenditure, as well as fishing boats, can immediately claim a 100% tax deduction. Almost all industries are better off. Creating sensible, better, simpler incentives for our businesses to invest in growth. Major policy initiatives are included to take back PNG with more balanced and internationally based approaches for PNG to get a fairer share of the benefits of our resources. A capital gains tax is introduced on the resource sector. If a capital gain is made on a resource lease or asset, then a 15% tax rate will now apply. These are covered in sections 16, 81, 82, 83, and 84, and is reinforced by a measure to ensure such gains are captured with even a 10% change in the ownership of that asset. Section 102. We are strengthening the ring fencing of allowable deductions on expenditure in the resource sector, Section 101. Of course, the reality is that there are some binding project fiscal agreements that are currently in place, but this Act sets out clear expectations for future projects without disturbing them. A concern has been that our resource industries have not been setting aside the required funds to deal with fixing up a mine site once the resources have been exhausted, leaving our people on desecrated or spoilt land. At a revenue cost, the government will now allow a tax deduction for investments into a decommissioning fund. That's under Section 106. Many actions or sections of the Modernised Act are designed to reduce tax avoidance. We're now going to capture people who try and move funds into tax havens. That's covered under Section 76. We're going to crack down on cross-border transfer pricing by ensuring that all incomes, expenditures, gains and losses accord with the arm's length principle. So basing values on commercial market prices, not special one-talk prices. That's covered in Section 73. The new Act removes or clarifies many historic tax concessions. For example, we don't need to keep in the new Act the tax incentive for Lear businesses that operate from 1995 to 2000, as the mine was being developed through until first production in 1997. So as PNG enters more and more into our global economy, we have clarified and strengthened our international tax laws on areas such as dealing with foreign exchange gains and losses. That's under Section 54. Quarantining rules for foreign losses, Section 70. Repatriated profit taxes, Section 71. And work to ensure a 15% tax on recharged technical fees and royalties covered under Section 72. So that's major policy changes. On minor policy changes, the second part of this particular legislation, minor policy changes are focused on strengthening anti-avoidance schemes, Sections 23, 24, 47, 103, 107, and 112. Better compliance is supported through rules for clarifying income and expenditure recognition covered under Sections 44, 45, 47, 50, 80, and 88. Within more rapidly moving international businesses and people, the Act modernizes resident and non-resident taxation rules through Sections 8, 10, 14, 135 and 136. Despite being a dramatically simplified Income Tax Act, down from 500 pages to just 99, excluding regulations, there are still many complicated issues that need to be considered. Over the last 5 years, there have been some 14 versions of this revised Act, discussed with major accounting firms. This work by Treasury has been supported by the IMF, especially Professor Lee Burns. And I thank him for his patience and mammoth efforts in bringing this historic act together. A very important fact is that this new act does not come into effect until 1st of January 2026. Why? Because we know that when businesses look at the implications in greater detail, there may be very good reasons to tweak or slightly amend some of these sections. This is what happens when you push through large documents like this. So let me assure businesses and members of this House that we listen closely and will listen closely to your views over the coming months and the rest of this year. Final changes can still be incorporated into the budget sitting of Parliament before this Act comes into force. This modernised and simplified Income Tax Act is a very vital step forward for better income tax laws in our country. But this will not be our final step, because we will keep listening to our people, to our businesses, and yourselves on what further tax reform can help grow our businesses, help create jobs, and build the foundations for further growth. This is what the Prime Minister called for at a recent business breakfast. There is no doubt that Papua New Guinea needs to lift its growth performance further, to lift our living standards. This will require a careful balancing of tax incentives. We know that many businesses consider our current tax system is not getting the balances right. In the 2020 budget, we introduced a new tax regime to lower tax rates on small businesses and lower the tax compliance burden. We will keep looking at options for less red tape and more incentives. This will be balanced with the fact that we must generate strong tax revenues to support our law and order requirements, improve our health and education systems, and invest in more productive infrastructure to again support growth. Mr. Speaker, this reform is not an entirely new law. It is a modernisation of the Income Tax Act of 1959, simplifying it significantly, improving user-friendliness, compliance, and administrative efficiency. The specific details to help us through this are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I strongly encourage all of us to read it because it explains to you section by section this particular legislation. Further to that, we have 3 very important summaries completed by the Department of Treasury, which we had extensively discussed during our MEC meetings, and if any members of Parliament require copies of that, please let me know, and I'm very happy to provide it to help us understand more this technical document. We will continue to hear suggestions on this legislation, if I may reassure all of us again. If leaders or businesses feel the need for more changes, amendments can be brought to the Parliament before it comes into effect on 1st of January 2026. All advice, though, was to pass it now so that it can provide greater certainty for businesses and the INC itself, of course, to start the process of getting ready for our country's modernised tax laws. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill.
Leader of Government Business. Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to I rise to say one or two words before I move further debates to a subsequent sitting. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me firstly commend the Treasurer and his hard-working team at Treasury for looking into these long outstanding matters. As part of our country's reset on our 5th year and going forward, these are essential amendments that must come through. It's time we come into our Parliament to talk for our people. Every laws we pass, majority of them, or every questions we ask, majority of them, or every matter raised has a keener value attached to it. There's a need for us to find the money to settle all development aspirations of our country. We collect most of our revenues from tax. And I want to commend the Treasurer and his team. Our colonial legacy law is now brought to this House to be amended for the first time. Our colonial legacy law. No one before us have had the determination and guts to move into this path. Sometimes it pays to sit down and listen and speak after you've heard the entire thing instead of rushing to conclusion in the first instance. This is a good law that is proposed. Implementation will come into effect 1st of January 2026. There's further room for improvement. The Treasurer has assured us the last stop for improvement is in our budget sitting this November. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this Parliament must not be hesitant to pass law that secures our nation's economic well-being. To the business community out there, this law does not increase tax. Treasurer knows it very clearly. This Pango government is always tax must not be increased but lessened. But everyone must pay its fair share of tax. Everyone. Everyone. One of the reasons why I moved away from the last government I was part of was the non-aggressiveness to fight many of the dark spaces in our country. Many of the dark spaces held in this law. Businessmen and those who have interest in business and creative accountants are happier when there are many loopholes in key income generating laws of our country. This is the principal income generating law of our country. I want to give a notation and special commendation to the Treasurer. A strong push came from myself, my side of the party. We're a big party. We have left wing in our party and right wing in our party. And my side of the party pushed strong for dividend withholding tax as one of them, and capital gain tax. Senator, today in this law, there's an address in these outstanding laws that has never been fully addressed before. And many have walked away coming in with briefcase, with only papers, and walked away with over $800 million, $1 billion, so to speak. One of them is a cowboy that operated at a stake in Papua LNG.
through no capital gain tax law in our country, walked out with over $800 million that this government facilitated, or the other government facilitated through UBS transaction. With capital gain tax, you can take yours for finding the resource, we take ours. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm good law, because I'm important law, na yumi samplan already, mi black government lay, dictatorial government, mi black aram talked of law, you block it. Especially our leaders who said like read him good, me like move that you me adjourn him, walk lo treasurer or now sit on top of France, or further debates you may adjourn him, but you may need lo harep too. Minister, you plug at one time, must kill or read in Facebook, that's all. Spend him 30 night, look through lo display, good law come up. From today to tomorrow, you got entire 24 hours to read, instead of wasting time doing nothing. I suggest for all of us to look through this. This has come through the entire government process. 2015, PNC-led government sanctioned review team looked into this, but they did not have the guts to finish it. We picked it up, looked through. Or good blood talk to, we're consistent, want them policy to help him country. Maybe process him come, na trust rasinana. The entire state process, law passing law. You know, when the ministers are carrying what's in here, no. Certificate of necessity, certificate of clearance, and entire parliamentary process, the cabinet process, I clear him. Now, this law went through the entire system. The trust staff. May encourage him, over leaders of the country. Thank you, Libla Sinan. Read through this law. If some people feel him that we may have overlooked, this government will not encourage additional extra tax, but fairer tax for all, reduce environment, and no can high tide beyond all accounting, you must pay him taxes no country. So the good law, me ask him, you me long as give him support, but beyond him thinking, well, some leader feel us all need to read him. I may ask him that you may move him further debates. Let him trust you hang my boss him, long current states, lo president is la paper, debate you may adjourn. Thank you too much.
The question is that the debate be adjourned to the further day. Now, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Notice number 130, Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government Affairs.
Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I present the Local Level Government Administration Amendment Bill of 2024.
Clerk.
Local Level Government Administration Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government.
Which one?
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister, Provincial Affairs, Provincial and Local Level Government.
Which one? This one. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be read the second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I stand today to present to this Honorable House the Local Level Government Administration Amendment Bill of 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Local Level Government Amendment Act 1997 is the legislation that governs the operation of local level governments in the country. There are 331 local level governments and 6,375 wards operating in the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Sections 42 to 51 of the Local Level Administrative Act also provide the basis for establishment of local level government special purpose authorities, or LLG SPAs, and govern their operations and management. Mr. Deputy Speaker, amendments to the sections of LLG Administration Act. Section 11 is amended to include added roles and responsibilities of ward members or councillors to hold them accountable. This section sets out the duties of a ward member. Currently, the law only defines the two main duties of ward member. A, ensure that village book relative to the wards in which he represents is maintained, and B, prepare in consultation with Ward Development Committee a rolling 5-year development plan for the ward for submission to local level government. Section 14 is amended to strengthen qualification of LLG members or councillors to ensure quality leadership in the communities. Section 45 is amended to remove and ban chairmen and board members of local level government special purpose authorities, or LLG SPAs, from being signatories to bank accounts. And Section 50 is amended to include specific powers of minister responsible to take punitive actions against chairmen, board and management of special purpose authorities if deemed abusing officers. Justification to amendments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these amendments are critically necessary in the light of many social issues and breakdown in community governance and leadership in many of our communities. The amendments will clearly demarcate and give added roles and responsibilities to ward members, set out minimum qualifications for LLG leaders, and give specific powers to the Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government Affairs to deal with LLG SPA management boards that do not comply with relevant sections of LLG Administration Act 1997, SPA constitutions, and other relevant legislations that govern the financial and general operation of LLG SPAs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the overarching aim of this amendment is to strengthen and ensure quality and accountable leadership in the communities to address the increase in social, law, and order issues, and to ensure greater accountability in the management and operation of LLG SPAs as service delivery mechanism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the amendments also support the national government's initiatives to shift powers and functions to sub-national levels of governments and to strengthen the service delivery mechanisms at lower levels of government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now seek the support of this Honourable House to support these amendments. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sinasina.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Sorry, I got distracted by the clerk falling off the chair. I thank the Minister for bringing this proposed amendment forward. And I want to be frank here. I never quite understood the reason why we established the SPAs. If I listen carefully and based on what I'm seeing and reading here, these amendments will further consolidate the existence and the functions and powers of the SPAs. However, I want to address a more fundamental question. What is the function of the SPA? Do we really need it? Having regard to the fact that we already have an LLG there. An LLG is a legal entity capable of doing all the things that anyone can do. So why duplicate the roles and function by creating another administrative center at costs? And then in many places where this operates, LLG and SPAs, friction. There's a lot of friction between those occupying the LLGs and those occupying the SPA positions. So this kind of potential for disharmony in the society ought to feature when we're talking about the existence of such organizations. Is it really functionally necessary when you have the LLGs who've always been there from the beginning? Can they perform these roles that SPAs are performing? And then we cut back on the cost of government. You know, these little things lead up to the deficit budgets we talk about. So why don't we look at whether we should continue to perpetuate the existence of the SPAs? Because all in all, everything told, I think that we can do without them. And the functions that's performed by the SPA should be rolled back into the LLGs and let them do it. And after all, not every district in the country has an SPA. Not every LLGs in the country have an SPA. I think it's limited to only a few areas. Maybe a few provinces and a few districts and a few LLGs. So it doesn't apply. This legislation doesn't apply countrywide or to the majority of the provinces, the districts, and the LLGs in the country. But to cut short, to conclude what I'm saying, I really feel the cost of maintaining an SPA is not worth it. The social problems that it creates by taking over some of the functions of the LLGs could be eliminated if we took, since we cannot take the LLG out, we can take the SPA out and allow the LLGs to continue to roll out those same roles and functions. So, so my point is different to the point that's advanced in these amendments. This is to refine the performance of the SPAs, but all I'm saying is that I don't really see the utility of the SPAs, and the SPAs should be, their existence should be reconsidered. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Public Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend the Minister for this amendment. There's a lot of grey areas that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we need to work on as a government, especially the understanding of the heads of government's role and also the heads of administrative roles. For instance, in the current system we only have 3 levels of government. We have the national government, we have the provincial government, and we have the local government. The provincial government is headed by the governor.
And the governor is a separate office from the provincial member, or we used to call it regional member before. As soon as Bougainville came in place, it's only one region of Bougainville. So the regional member for Bougainville currently is the police minister, because he is not a governor of a province, and therefore he qualifies to become a minister. Now, if we look at Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at the LLG setup, LLG is a full-fledged government. It's a government of its own. And therefore, the head of the government is the president of the LLG. The special purpose authorities and the district development authorities are service delivery mechanisms put in place to deliver services to the people. They are not the heads of government. The head of government is the governor. Therefore, he is the chairman at the moment where, during the 1995 reform, before that, we used to have the premiers. The premiers are elected by the people of the province. Likewise, there was election also for the provincial assembly members. In this case, we have the presidents who are heads of the government also becoming members of the provincial assembly, which is contrary to forming a full-fledged government. A full-fledged government is made up of representatives elected to be members of the assembly. Our case seated here, we are elected to the national parliament. So there's still a lot of work to do to clarify all these roles and separate the seat of government from the administrative and service delivery system that we put in place. And so for me, I'd like to say that provincial assembly members right now, it's almost like a confused system. Because we, members of parliament, are also members of the provincial assembly, which we are not elected to the provincial assembly. We open members right now, members of parliament right now, we are elected to the national parliament. All the ward members are elected to be the members of the LLG assembly. That's the reason why you cannot have a minister in the provincial assembly, because that LLG president is the head of a government. And now we have PEC chairmen in bracket, without a committee. In the old system, before the 1995 reform, you have the provincial minister, provincial minister for health. Right now we have provincial chairman for health. At the same time, we have the chairman for the PHA as well. So we must look at the government. The LLGs are basically seats of government themselves. They are a government of their own. They cannot be, pulled down to deal with service delivery system. The service delivery is an administrative system that is put in place to deliver basic services to our people. And therefore, SPA has played that role as well. Because the seat of the government cannot be pulled down to talk about service delivery. The provincial assemblies, right now, the governor, technically speaking, should not become the speaker, should not become the chairman. The governor is the head of the LLG, is the head of the provincial assembly. But the speaker is the head of the provincial assembly inside the conduct of a meeting, like before the 1995 reform. So Loyumi, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a Senis Kamabia, so that we can give more prominence to our ward members. The ward members, they are not councillors like before. That's why they are called ward members. They are elected to the office 5 years into the LLG assembly. So they have an executive committee, which is basically a smaller version of the provincial executive council. Not a smaller version, they have a big role to play. They approve the budget of the provincial assembly, LLG assembly. The executive committee is the lower level Provincial Executive Council or NEC at the level. And they are made up of the ward members. For the case of District Development Authority, the heads of government, who are the presidents, cannot be in the DDA backup because they are hired. They are actually heads of the local governments. They are heads of governments. How can they become members of an authority? So today we are grappling with the issue of whether the member of parliament also should become the chairman of the DDA. I think those are areas that I commend the minister for bringing this the amendment, so we can talk about. I just want to say with us some of the things, being a former provincial administrator myself, starting off from right down at the district level, coming up to the top, I can see the total visibility and the system, how it works, and we can better, and that's why we're competing with the resource, because we have not put ourselves in our rightful places. And I understand where the governors are coming from as well. We need to look at it as an entire parliament. As we go into the 50 years, this amendment comes through, we need to separate the roles, functions. A seat of a government is just a seat of a government. So we have provincial seat of a government in the provincial assemblies, and we have the local government who are actually governments of their own. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to say with us to open up our minds, and as the amendment is brought through, we look at the future, and I think governors have all the discussions already through the governors' conference and through our various discussions on the issue of bringing back the reform before the 1995 reform, meaning that they go back to the premier system where you have the members of the Provincial Assembly are elected by the people separate for the Provincial Assembly, not the presidents who are heads of government to become members of the Provincial Assembly. Those are real practical experience that we must share. Those of you that have been in the system, the Deputy Prime Minister yourself, having worked as a key up yourself, making your way up, you've got also experience, and many of us have all the experience from the public service and even in the government, local government. Our share Ipatas, having served as the longest serving ward member and councillor into the state, and even governor for Western Highlands. These are experiences that we must share together and come together and support the minister and support the government, so we can streamline, cut down the competition of resources, and spend money and put money to where it matters most. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Governor for Isipik.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I too would like to join the debate and to commend the Minister insofar as, and he has been very helpful in trying to work with a lot of us on matters relating to province and to local level government. So
Thank you.
I will support him on this matter because insofar as it clarifies roles. But I wanted to just make a point here for our esteemed members of parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a few years ago, myself and some of the members of this House, and I think I saw recently some other members were taken to the United States of America on study tours. So we did the study tour in America and then in Australia. And it was after that that I proposed the block grant model for us in Papua New Guinea. It comes straight out of the US model and it comes straight out of the Australian model. But there was one thing interesting that I came across in Australia. We were given an in-depth study of Brisbane City, for example. Now, most Papua New Guineans don't know that Brisbane City is actually run by a council. It's run by a council that has a budget, very similar to our local level governments. And just outside of Brisbane, you come to another council called the Pacific Rim. Again, it's a small town and a city run by a council. And they export about $2 billion worth of product overseas annually. Now, I think when our forefathers were designing our system, and a lot of it is the work of Dr. John Momis, pertaining particularly to the calls from his own people of Bougainville. My feeling is that they adopted the Australian model. So when they designed local level governments, it was with that in mind that local level governments would actually be the service providers in those areas. Somewhere along the line in the last 20 years, you senisim, go na. Mipla oklo, katim hap rausim, kisim hap putim, nilim, emolsem, yumi oklo, fixim hap igoya. And in so doing, I think we've sort of degraded the role of local level governments. When I was a child growing up in my village, it was the local level governments that was keeping the airstrip open, making sure that the roads were working, and they used to use tractors mostly to deliver a lot of the services. Now, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Something you got recent only working. In 2014, the Honorable Charles Abel brought to this House and approved both the planning framework and the service delivery framework. Na mino sawe amas pla member of the parliament I looking pinis this pla service delivery framework. Inside long service delivery framework, or line blow email planning department only broke him down straight or get a walk where different levels supposed to walk in, including DDA. So one of the things we've done in ECPIC when I became the governor is to try to deploy the service delivery framework that planning department developed. So I'm happy to say that we started to strengthen local level governments, and I've encouraged a lot of the open members of ECPIC to work with the local level governments in order to improve them. Now, me say looking bloody time all member, blow you me lo parliament also post him also. Member I fix him this la road, or member I fix him bridge, or member I fix him classroom, member I fix him house blow teacher. I am really proud to stand in this house and say that in ECPIC, I have local level governments that are fixing teachers' houses. I have local level governments that are fixing bridges, that are fixing roads, that are building houses, that are delivering desks into classrooms. This is done by some of the local level governments in ECPIC. And it is following on from the design that's sitting there in our planning department. Yet, somehow, over the years, you may remove him now. Now when walk blow DDA, lo straight him or something. Honorable leaders, can you see the disconnect and the dysfunction here? All Sabeman blaming lo planning department, na Sambla Stablo University, they know about these things. You just had the Honorable Josungi, a very experienced former administrator. M2 talk. So I want to put to this house that for me, when we sat down and spoke, and I agree with the Honorable Josungi, and this is one of the reasons why in ECPIC, we wanted our provincial assembly members to be directly elected to the assembly, so that they become the voice of their local level governments. And it's aired there, okay? So it wasn't just about appointing a president to run an LLG, it was about mandate and representation in the provincial assembly. Now bringing back neck local level government assembly. That was the reason why the people of ECPIC wanted to directly elect their representatives. They didn't want the ward members to do it. And we respected it. And I want to thank the Marape government and you particularly, Minister, for supporting us. I know many Papua New Guineans have the question, well, why na? Online lo Highlands na Morobe or like him ward member by Makim LLG President Blol na all get all province lo Nambisia or like in direct election. Well, the reason for the people of ECPIC, I'm not for me explaining lo Floya. We wanted to ensure that the voices of our local level governments, because in ECPIC, we are taking an active step to rebuild our local level governments so that they deliver the services where they are. I have some LLGs that, like for example, if you look at Ngoram, Ngoram is 17,000 square kilometers. It is bigger than the autonomous region of Bougainville. It is bigger than Hela. It is bigger than Southern Highlands. It is bigger than Enga. I have Marienberg LLG, which borders Bogia in the Medang province, and then it borders Wewak district. It's a huge local level government. It's bigger than some provinces as well. So our issues are perhaps a little bit different to the issues that other provinces may face, and we respect that. And that is one of the reasons why we have been trying to do these things. And it's been an experiment. It's taken us 3 years to push funding down to the local level governments to get them to work. This year, for the first time, and again, based on the pressures coming up from our people in remote areas, the ECP provincial government, and you will recall that previous governments used to allocate 10,000 kina per ward. I think it came on once, it went off, it came on again and went off. They called it the LLG SIP or ward SIP. This year, the ECP provincial government, simply because we don't really have a lot of money, we are pushing down 4,000 kina to each of our wards to again try to rebuild that system that is based on the design that was approved by this parliament that's sitting in the planning department na pushing all services Kuranogotalo ward. There are smart Papua New Guineans who have sat down and thought about these problems, and they have developed solutions. And a lot of those solutions, I'm sitting down and one myself na collecting dust stuff. So in sharing this with the Honorable House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to indicate that we do have solutions. And there are people who have thought about those, and they are Papua New Guinean experts. Many of them have been in the public service themselves, like the Honorable Joe Sungi, and they have held senior positions. And then they go back and then they help to design these things for us. So some time, mibla need logo na look back lo one more walkway. All department, blomipla, all experts, blomipla, our technocrats have developed. And then to take those on board and try to make them work. And therefore, with that, sharing it with this Honorable House, I want to commend the Minister. And if there's any further work, Minister, that you would like to bring to the House in terms of improving the functions, me personally, as Governor of ECP, I want to see the local level governments function. I want to see them providing services. And one of the things I've always lamented on this floor is that all of those institutions that are supposed to be doing their work, whether it's the police, whether it's the health arrangements that we have, whether it's our local level governments, you me or leaders, you me no can try na puli molga something come na, you me yet legislator, you me yet project manager, you me yet make or something. There are highly qualified Papua New Guineans out there sitting at various levels who can do those things. And sometimes all it takes is a little bit of trust. Now you me try na, you me make him walk. So I'm very proud to say that at least half of the LLGs in ECP, and I have 28 of them, ECP has 28 LLGs, they are themselves fixing classrooms. They are themselves fixing teachers' houses. They are themselves fixing roads and bridges. And I think that's the capacity we need to build if it doesn't already exist. And if you remember, the Honorable Joe Sungi is sitting here, there was another document that was brought to this House by I think the previous Minister for Public Service to push all of our public servants down to the LLGs. It's still an active government policy. The only way we're going to do that is by making the LLGs work. There's no other way.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Kairaku.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, me too like contribute law, paper law, Minister. As a former provincial local level government member, last time me talk out also me come law controversy too and me talk because 95 government law lapun serjay rausim me plaugera. Of course we were fully compensated at some point in time. But view blow me similar to blong member blow Sina Yangumur. We are creating so many creatures under every arm of government, costing our government so much money in wastage for political convenience. That's all there is. Let's try and have some uniformity across the country, even with election of presidents too. Some blahap, all ward member by vote. Some blahap, direct presidential election. It's quite confusion. I think we as a government need to put in one law na behind him lo ogera. Sampla Blomipla, of course, Provincial Executive Councils Blomipla decide otherwise, law direct presidential election. There are some issues too, where Mipla Sambla open member too, agree. I'll give you an example. Some of us are talking about stopping Connect PNG. But our ethnicity of tribes are already squatting and overpopulating some of the LLGs in Central Province. And I'm referring to my own locality, where I come from, or my mother comes from in Vanapur Brown LLG. Population blow, Koyarina Oldora go Tamblo straight now. All Golola take over. So you know what's going to happen in the next month's election? A different person will take political control of an LLG of somebody else. Then more and more social problems come about. Whereas suppose you may allow him all ward member long electing presidents, the indigenous people or locals still maintain control through number of wards that be electing their president. So there are different advantages and advantages you may get long. Sometimes we try to raise a lot of these issues, but politically we are also watering down a lot of the issues that are unsolved. Simply put, in my view, let's empower LLGs, give them their funding and their dues, let the presidents and board members worry about themselves. At the moment, I think Miharim member Blofinsafen talk Plani President Tumasna. They are influencing the DDA resolutions to his disadvantage. Well, I think we also must, that's a valid point too, and we consider putting on release vows where allow board members to take control or vote in the president. If the president is not in line with the chairman of DDA, well, I'm pretty sure we can use our influences as well. It may be right, it may be wrong, but we are playing politics here. There has to be some control measure. Law SBA is only done up for resource LLGs in the provinces. Why do we do this? I think the president and our board members, he got power pinies, or he got LEC, or he got assembly. Look long, control him, money blow, people development too. You may need law empower him, or LLG where law start, or make him buy law long, collect him own money blow. Instead of you may all get a put him money long, DDA money all get a time. Because all no got money, all come back, law you may member all get a time. If they make their own money to their own budget and ensure their own budgetary support, even end up confused, na pull him go come. Right now, you may plan to member less law presidents because almost some me talk here. Plan law demand law Land Cruiser. But we have to go by determinations of Parliament. Whatever is allowed under parliamentary determination, we go by it. Plan law you may come law induction. SRC talking you may also. You mean must Parliament as all must buy him car blow you mean official na electoral vehicle. Plan your line long provincial government, you got 10 car pins. They are not allowed to do this kind of things. It's happening. Me being provincial government member before, if I had to travel out of this country, I write to Ombudsman Commission for clearance to travel. Today, me surprise also, me kalap nothing, lo palus ko kam nothing. Structure of government is not so bad. Many of us wanted our way for political convenience. That's all I can say. If we want the governors to go back and be premiers in the province, well, put in policy in a priority right now, we do it this way. You make a lower and upper house law parliament, it's another option, no make it. But you may push him, he go come. Debate every now and then, he go come. And we are confusing everybody. If we have to take one option to send governors back to the province, well, send them back there. But I think the current arrangement is not so bad, except that, let us learn to work together. Me, I'm a muscle, so I sit down in the assembly. I wish I could be a PEC member too, but at some stage I asked my governor. I said, I'm not a vice minister or minister of state. If you need any help, we are available. But governors have their own politics to play too. They agree or disagree, and prerogative law. One kind too, or SPA, you may put him. One I'm interested by observing. I think they should be under the president. Time you may create him SPA. You may like pull him own interest, you may long side, direct him or fund him one kind project, you may like him. There's already tax credit scheme and other arrangements in place already that members of parliament, even LLG presidents can tap into. So, my view is, as a government, you may try and best find him best method where cost-saving measure can be applied. Because we need money for everything. The LLGs need money. When we don't fund them, they are running around everywhere. I also want to call on the minister. He's doing a fine job. But there's a lot of ward members that once get elected and are declared, they move and live in Port Moresby permanently. They are never in the wards. And I think the law allows the minister a provision to kick him ass law this law all kind line. Minister, I got power long rouse him all long office. So people of place, maskilo complain, now sit down, ward member in our staff long office, more than 6 months, right lo minister lo make him serve long all. One kind too, you may, well, district members now, Ombudsman Commission like you mean a staff lo, you mean lo move Golo district. I agree with that, because then and only, Plandi lo, you mean example lo, DDA Blomi is printing checks in Port Moresby. I don't like the idea at all. Because when we print checks in Konidobu at provincial government, Plani line, we lose him there in the town. If we are printing checks in there, you'll see the district economy stimulating one way or the other. Or every man and woman will be flocking out district towns. And you may got economic activity, now public servants too by can walk. Today, that's not happening. Everybody thinks they can do shopping in Port Moresby when we can be able to Kirapim district blow Yumi 1-1, local level governments blow Yumi 1-1. Now make sure all people stop long place. I know it's pretty hard, but we as leaders got to take the lead somewhere. So I thank the Minister for bringing about such amendments, but my view is that you may empower more local level governments. You may ensure budgetary support blow, annual budgetary support blow is stop inside long budget, long 1 year. So this idea, you may can pull him, DDA Makmak or long president like him, corner him Yumi one time, number blow, na try him long, blackmail him Yumi. Everything has to stop somewhere. We respect them as leaders for whatever budgetary support you may put him, government put him low. We expect them to plan well and spend accordingly. At the moment, we only creating creatures. Na you may not prepare long, also baby you may karim na. Suppose you may not buy bam, by throw something nothing na. Unhealthy law get alive. So LLG elections are critical, coming on next month. Call Blomi, lo good Prime Minister, and ensure provincial affairs budget good long. Look survey, lo operations, lo all get a local level government going forward. Otherwise, we will continue to have this friction amongst Yumi Open member or council presidents. We, over time, hatred, friction come inside. Or local level governments too, plan along all, got cross-fighting thing, and sometimes, look out him local level government member, good and by turn him against you. In my case, me being ward member, me painim way blow me yet Burukim Bush, lo national planning try pulling power rule electrification goal of ward blow me lo place. Member blow me lo this la time harim talk na I'm ringing PNG power na talk usat pulling peg lo highway stop. All talk no ga them initiative lo council I am talk. Me member me no save a passing this la project. I am thankful to Marape late Basil government, at least in the last, 18 months or so, or before I moved to become the new member for Kairuku. And I need long taxpayers' money blow. New Zealand government, finally the rural electrification program has reached my mother's village. But these are the kind of things that do happen. And I'm glad it happened that way because then I'm making me strong more as a councillor. Lo rausim hem lo seat lo parliament lo here. Mila come up Ken president lo hiri local level government. Same thing I'm making. Okay. You let's lo come up, me come up president, I'm all right. You let's lo sharing power, so me by rausim power lo you. And that's what I did. Sometimes we must learn to delegate power, sharing power. Nalamani like walk tumblo, allow him, let him long. Call him legal power, you call him legal power too. 97 elections, I had no reason to contest the parliament seat. But because of Rausimilo provincial government, me come son up lo Rausimol too. There's all less lo me hold him legal power tamblona. Save him legal people lo level blow me. So believe lo me I'm also local level government is not so bad. It's a good government, good local level government. I am a fan of local level government because me come lo display way, yeah. You me ensure as a government, put him legally budget law. Too much also, you me member of parliament hold him, but something where level blow can look survey along or legally hand road na, walkabout road na, footbridge na, this la kind of something lo place, huh? So because you may vote him all. Expectations da. All man lo place by to go, member you bla vote him na give him you bla all something. Na council to me bla vote him you bla buy him Coca-Cola or no God. You know, councillors today are privileged to be earning 300-400 kina a fortnight. Some of us used to earn only 200 kina a month. Now Mary Blomisa talk, you go to school lo. Kiss him this like kind money. Lo accept him 200 kina lo 1 month. Now buy me walk na feed him you. You must want a long man him talk. But Mr. Assistant Speaker, I knew I had a bigger call, so I kept doing and accepting the 200 kina a month.
Yeah.
I told my wife, in politics, there's another tomorrow. I also told her, in politics is like poker machine. You press him, you go machine hot, and by paying you big. So 2014, time me, all declaring me winner of by election. First person me talking, Mrs. Plummer me talk. Poker machine pay now. It's like 200 kina, you complain long and pay out now. I'm Skelblo Vice Minister Tasolino Planti. But Skelblo Vice Minister too, Mr. Assistant Speaker, not because suppose you got 15 deaths in your electorate in a fortnight. Your Vice Minister's pay is also gone. But me like talk hamamas, lo all get a brother, you mean stablo parliament, na Susa. But me talk lo time lo heavy old brother, tas also have a look at it. No, I have to be honest. Yeah, so local level government is a good plahan daily government. But what I'm trying to say here is, as government and successive governments have not paid much attention to local level governments, in that all nogat budgetary support. Turangu and me looking all, plan long all, every day you all come low, electoral office plomina, all talk, me plug at what program all same, what problem all same, this la legally 8 post me building na finish na, enough DDA come na counter fund na, this la kind, I'm pretty sure if we fund them appropriately, plan long all heavy lo, you me too all can carry. Yeah. Instead of you may starve him of all funds. Na law SPA too, plan it up, SPA no work good. Because all SPA you may put him all political cronies, blow you me, and they only sing to our tune, forgetting even the local level government aspirations na plans. So for me, I want to see local level government funded fully. The question of their participation in DDA na local level government, I think the governors of province are already given them more prominence. At the DDA level, we give a fair share because time you make mak long DDA. Before we do our plans, we ensure the local level governments plans are all incorporated. So in the cycle of any one 5-year term of parliament, we ensure we fund our political aspirations as well as that of or those of presidents and the ward members. So, but yes, recommendation is that we ensure there's uniformity. And our good minister is already doing a fine job, but if he can, look along all issues where
Honorable Member
councillors work misbehave too.
Honorable Member Lokaraku, me, I almost through all good platok blue, but me interrupting you.
I want to conclude here, Mr. Assistant Speaker, by thanking the good minister for bringing about the amendment, and we will support it. Thank you.
Member for Abao.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll be very short. You can blame me for the honorable member for Kairuku for speaking for a long time, because he learned it from me. Because he was my political student, so I'm glad that both the opposition leader and the member for Kairuku are now in the chamber with me, so I'll be retiring because of both of them are in the chamber. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the good Minister for Provincial Affairs and Local Level Governments has got a lot of work yet to do, and some of them have been expressed, and I don't want to dwell on those. But I want to come back to the specific amendments that are before us that we are debating. And while I overall support the amendments, some specifics concern me, and I'd like to raise them during my short debate. I think we have been debating and agreeing that SPA should be removed. I think, Minister, that's a decision that Parliament has to make, and please bring the amendment so that we remove the SPAs and allow LLGs and DDAs to work together with those in those resource provinces where funds are available. I think that's the experience now. LLG, DDA work together, browsing SPAs. On the specific amendments, thank you for Section 4A on the amendment before us, and that is declaration of urban areas. I think that is well overdue. Some of us are operating in our LLGs, for example, without any declaration, so because of no declaration, those so-called centers are not benefiting from the urban recognition resources, and therefore the structure of the council are not consistent with the urban council. So I think this is well overdue. I think this is a good amendment, which I really support, and so that's a very good inclusion, because when we declare urban areas and we make them to grow as service centers, people stop flocking into towns. So I think this declaration is very important, and like the arguments of LLGs, please provide resources at the same time. World Recorder book must be part of this law, and also a 5-year rolling development plan, consistent with the National Planning Act that a former Minister for Planning brought in. My concern that I want to express is in the amendment that you provided for in section 2, subsection 2, which is the penalty. It reads like this: an elected member who fails to perform his duties under subsection 1 and who enters false and misleading information under subsection 1A is guilty of misconduct in office, and that person referred to shall be fined 100 kina or shall do 8 hours of community work. An elected member to be seen to be penalized and doing community work because of the penalty, I think a lot of disrespect will come to the office. My view. I think we should look at other options of penalty rather than getting this elected leader under the VDC to oversee his penalty for 8 hours of community work. That worries me. That amendment worries me. and disrespects the office of the elected member, particularly in this case. So I'm raising the issue, and I'm calling for a relook at this particular amendment. I'm sure there are other better options. A fine will do, or whatever. Maybe penalizing that particular ward, or using your powers under the law to remove him. I would have thought, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the Minister would be bringing in a provision for securing LLG SIPs. Because at our level, provincial and DDA level, we play politics. And so over the years, only good open members or provincial members provide funding to the local ward or the LLGs. And because presidents are in the DDA, they have access to the district DSIP funds. But when you go further down to the ward level, they are basically zero unless they are in East Sepik, for example. But the rest of the country is suffering. And so I would want to look at the amendment to secure by law a minimum level of LLG SIP. It's guaranteed. So when we pass a budget, then you can call for them to do a 5-year rolling plan, because they know their budget, and then they can do their plan according to the budget. But you are calling for a plan without guaranteeing them fund, and maybe without napkin, like we have done for many, many years when we transfer powers to other levels of government from Waigani. And so I strongly recommend that we look at that one. I want to sit down by strongly recommending an initiative that the Central Province has taken in their passing of the 2025 budget at the Provincial Assembly. And that is the pronouncement that the Central Province will now institutionalize the Rural Service Development Program, RSDP. RSDP, for those of you who are not aware, is a Rural Service Development Program sub-national, supported by the World Bank plus DFET. And the Provincial Affairs Ministry is the monitoring authority, and provincial government and DDAs participate. And so for us in Central, I think there are 5 provinces under this program right now, and we're suggesting that it expands throughout the country. This has brought to us in Central, particularly for Aba, where we have participated since day one. Each ward has a community development officer trained with the VDC to do a plan priority for their particular ward. And then World Bank puts some funds, provincial government puts some funds, and DDA puts some funds. And for us in Aba, we have also made a resolution to institutionalize the RSDP. And so we want to take care of this, because if we make this work, and that is basically building bottom-up planning, bottom-up planning, training CDDs, and then doing their project designs, coming up to the VDC, coming up to the ward member, coming up to the president at LEC, and then president presenting them at the DDA. And the president, if he's lucky and he's a chairman of the PEC, he can then source from the provincial budget. I think that is what we want. We want to see these processes better mainstreamed, or I'm calling it institutionalizing them, so that funds can be guaranteed, so people can prepare plans and get ready to implement them. Otherwise, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I commend the Minister and support these amendments on the floor.
Question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Local Level Government Administration Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency. Honorable members, my apology, I read from wrong. Clerk. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
The question is leave granted? Now call for the question. Minister?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Local Level Government Administration Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice number 1 to 9, government business, being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Notice number 1 to 9, Minister for Defense.
Minister for Defense.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I present the Fire and Rescue Service Bill 2025.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to A, establish the Fire and Rescue Service, and B, to provide for the functions, powers, and operations of the Fire and Rescue Service, and C, to implement Section 188 of the Constitution, establishment of the state services, insofar as an act of Parliament is required to make a provision for or in respect of other state services, and D, to repeal and replace the Fire Service Act, Chapter 64. and for related matters.
Minister for Defense.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to present to this Honorable House and speak in support of the Fire and Rescue Service Bill 2025. This is a milestone parliamentary presentation, an event for the PNG Fire Service. The PNG Fire Service is the state agency in Papua New Guinea responsible for the organization, management, and control of all fire brigades under the Fire Service Act, Chapter 64, and for the protection of life and property in the case of fire. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Fire Service Act, Chapter 64, substantially remains unchanged since its commencement in 1968, particularly the provisions of the fireman operations and the performance aspect, which in most part is outdated. Hence, this Fire and Rescue Service Bill 2025, which will repeal and replace the Fire Service Act, Chapter 64. The Fire and Rescue Service Bill 2025 aims to bring about changes that will enable the Fire and Rescue Service to perform better and expand its roles and responsibilities to meet emerging challenges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the development and expansion of towns and cities in PNG caused some of the provisions in the Fire Service Act to become inappropriate and, in most cases, an obstacle to progress. Therefore, the need to repeal the Fire Service Act is relevant to meet today's prevailing circumstances. A modern framework is needed given these prevailing circumstances to effectively enable the PNG Fire Service to help address these problems by giving more directions to its operations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the National Fire Service has fire brigades and operations established in 13 provinces in the country. In NCD, we have it in Waigani, Gerehu, Boroko and Town, in East New Britain, in Kokopo, in New Ireland Province in Kavieng, in Western Highlands in Mount Hagen, Morobe in Ley, East Sepik in Wuwek, Medang in Medang, Eastern Highlands in Goroka, West New Britain in Kimbe, Oro in Popondetta, and Millen Bay in Alatau, Alatau in Millen Bay, Enga in Webek, and in Wabek and Kundiawa in Chimbu. Under the proposed bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the aim of the PNG Fire Service is to have fire brigades and stations established in all districts and provinces in the country, including the Autonomous Region of Bougainville. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the major features of the Fire and Rescue Service Bill 2025 includes the provision of a change to the official name of the Fire Service Act, Chapter 64, and the official name of the office. Creation of the regulatory functions of the National Fire Service to regulate the fire safety industry, allowing for more collaborations with other regulatory bodies and stakeholders to assist carry out operations of the National Fire Service, creation of the ranks of the fire brigade under the Fire Service Act, widening the scope of functions of the firefighters for the protection of lives and properties from local fires to include service of rescue and other related emergencies within the capacity of firefighters and the resources of the government. Creation of appeal tribunal for firefighters, updating the funding regime of the National Fire Service in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 1995 and updating the penalties of regime under the Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the Minister for Defense and National Fire Service, I want the PNG Fire Service to be modernized to meet the evolving fire safety and emergency needs of the country. The Marape Rosso government recognizes the importance of this service, hence supporting the modernization of this important institution of state, and is a crucial area of long-term focus for the government in terms of investing in building new infrastructure, acquiring modern technology, equipment and fire engines, training of manpower in modern firefighting, rescue and emergency protocol, as well as adequate funding appropriations. As the Minister responsible, I would like to see the PNG Fire Service enter into a new era, delivering more resources, more personnel, and better focused and aligned services for the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with this, I commend the repeal of the Fire Service Act, Chapter 64, and making of the Fire and Rescue Service Bill 2025 to this Honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor, say aye. And those against, say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read the second time. Those in favor, say aye. And those against, say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act, A, to establish the Fire and Rescue Service, and B, to provide for the functions, powers, and operations of the Fire and Rescue Service, and C, to implement Section 188 of the Constitution, establishment of state services insofar as an act of Parliament is required to make a provision for in respect of other state services, and D, to repeal and replace the Fire Services Act, Chapter 64, and for related matters.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 13 March 2025 recommending the expenditure of public money of Papua New Guinea in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution insofar as the bill relates to the provide to and provides for such expenditure. Minister for Defense.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Minister for Defense.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that a bill now be read a third time.
Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we may rush to pass this bill, but I would like to contribute a bit and speak on the importance of fire service and expansion of fire service in our urban centers. Plenty time, you may like talk law, it's a kind of bill now, you may like pass him hurry up. So it is important for us to hear the importance of such agencies. And I would like to thank the Minister for Defense and the organizations you represent, the departments you represent, and agencies, that you brought in a very important paper that in the development of our nation, we must, like the other bill that we brought in, we must move forward with laws that must change for the betterment of our urban centers, our towns, and our cities. And I remember a few months ago, there was a fire just down the road. And whilst we were waiting for the fire brigade vehicle to arrive. The building got bent down. And I would like to put several recommendations as well as I participate in this passing of this very important paper, the bill that our learned minister has brought forward to this House. And first of all, I would like to speak about building code compliance. Mr. Speaker, plenty old house inside of Port Moresby, even the street where I live in. All of a sudden, these buildings just popped out from nowhere. And you saw a car on the street stop, now all building house go main road. We're not complying to certain standards of building codes. Building or current container comes, set up him nothing, convert him, go come up, house now man go rent it. And we really need to comply to building codes in this country. And whilst we try to comply with building codes, we have to also comply with standards of construction. There's so many substandard buildings popping up everywhere in all our towns and our cities. Oh man, like Sanapim Salim Lemflaps, or Sanapim one of the structure like him, now Salim Lemflaps. And we have nobody to go out there and do compliance, go out and do inspections. Also, in the plenty time, you may look in all buildings, they catch fire and they are blazed because of failure of standards of construction, including plumbing, electrical for that matter. These days, any person who knows how to connect wire to a building, they just bring him and he wires up the building without an electrical license. And here you have people who have wasted years of education going to institutes, who are qualified, are left alone and are not employed or contracted to do such work. And so you must look law, plenty law, design standards. When I look at a lot of buildings today, the standard of those buildings do not comply to urban region standards. We still build whatever structure we want to build without complying to standards. And Mr. Speaker, now plus something. While I would like to support this paper that is brought before us, this bill for amendment, you must look water supplies inside those cities, believe me. Fire brigade are working, big people work inside those cities, believe me, in the towns, believe me. But water connections into those suburbs or to the supply lines where our fire brigade yet can use them have been damaged by our people. Or there's inadequate supply to those supply lines. You must look this line. Plenty of fire, you can put him off this level of fire, but because of inadequate of services into those areas. Our towns and cities are expanding with modern buildings, bigger buildings, taller buildings. And we need to come up with these amendments to the Fire Act, and we have to meet certain standards. When building go on top, every building should have sprinkler systems. Whether it's a one-story building or two-story building, it should have sprinkler systems in there. When fire light, sprinkler system should come on straight away and start putting off the fire before the fire brigades, fire services arrive. Like I said, with the expansion of our towns and our cities, with bigger buildings and taller buildings, we need to support this bill today and make certain that this bill and X, something like this is something we are missing in this industry. Most of our fire services, fire stations have been built in colonial times. And again, I would like to support the minister that plenty equipment that are being used are either outdated or are not sufficient, incapable. So me like supporting Minister Legislature. Finally, Minister, I'd like to ask that there should be more educational programs done by fire services. Go out and educate more people, believe me, that in the towns and cities, you're not supposed to be making fire. Or man like cook, now like walking big fire, walking nothing. But the law Lo towns, the cities do not allow that. Now you must go out and educate more people, believe me, schools for that matter, churches for that matter, and the communities, we have to get out and educate them. There's some fire work will come up inside the towns and cities, believe me, are the making of our citizens. In a round building yet fire. For that matter, some time you may have him or candle or man lighting candle because no got power. Because inconsistent supply of power. Now man lighting candle, all lose him go out and it catches, it brings the fire building down. And so, Minister, in your program, please include educational programs. Get out and educate our people, those who are moving from rural areas into the cities, how to live in proper modern city settings. Melektok, thank you, Minister, again, that this sector, the fire services, is well overdue for changes. Na mihamas also new current paper come, allow you will parliament law approve him so that the changes can happen in this sector. Thank you.
Governor for Southern Islands.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll be short, but I want to commend the government and also congratulate the Minister for Defense for this very important service bill that you are presenting to the country and to Parliament. It may sound simple and small, but it's equally an important service for the 9 other provinces that are not included in this fire protection service. And Mendi for Southern Islands is one. Yes, my colleague here from Jiwaka is also whispering to me. So it's an important service. And also it is a demonstration that, as simple as it may be, ministers are working and presenting it to Parliament. That is the important thing. Within the needs of our departments, there are other things that we take it for granted. But in the fire, for example, in Mendi, we all run for help. It's an important service for protection of our families and our properties and all that. So I commend the Minister for bringing this important service. You want to establish this fire extension in Mendi, consult with me, and of course, you from my electorate, makes it easier for consultation to make it happen. And we can provide this important service in our province. But on the national scale, I commend you for bringing this important service for the 9 other provinces who do not have fire stations in their provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for State Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to commend the Minister for Defense for bringing this bill to Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you all know, the Fire Service Act was established way back in 1968, and since that time, substantial amendments, improvements have been made to this very important but overlooked essential service. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we Papua New Guineans are not, or we do not have a track record in this very important principle of maintenance or rehabilitation. Our forefathers simply built huts and houses made out of bush materials, and when they became old, they simply left the site, let the old structure return to nature, and built a new house in a new location, or either they replaced the old built materials with new ones. So the notion of maintenance is not in our blood. So you can see it manifested in the houses that we live in our cities. Many of our Papuans do not bother to spend money to actually maintain the very houses they live in. They give priority to other things like pokies or beer and marrying, a couple of wives and all that. But this very important concept of maintenance has never been in our blood. But as we get become adjusted with a modern society, the importance of maintenance must be made known to our people. And the fire service actually provide an essential service, and
when you look around, even when you fly over our towns and before you land, you will see that even apart from the towns themselves, our people are starting to build new modern houses on the periphery of towns or in the villages next to the towns. So we will, of course, have big problems when we do not pay attention to this very essential service, and that is the fire service. And this is timely, and as long as we in government continue to support our good Minister for Defense and allocate funding, even from our scarce resources, we are doing ourselves a favor. And when you talk about expanding our existing towns in new suburbs, we must, of course, make it a condition that every new suburb that we build must have a fire service, fire station. It must be a compulsory part of the new suburb. And of course, when you look at the firemen, in the olden days, I used to see them all come out and march in those very nicely pressed uniforms and very well-maintained fire engines. And there is something that we seem to overlook, and these are well-trained, disciplined men who also have their own command and control system, and they salute at their superiors. So we have a ready-made system which can, of course, if they are versatile, we can turn them to advantage, and we have natural disasters and law and order problems. They can, of course, be trained to be flexible and to help our police force, the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary, and the Defense Force, and even the CIS. They can also become very important sources of information, become informant and provide information when it comes to dealing with major crimes, drug trafficking, law and order issues. They can be trained as well to become jack of all trades. So this is an important area where we can tend to advantage, and as long as we properly fund these firemen, they can be used not only to help us fight fires, but to help us with information sharing, networking, law enforcement, and all that. So we can kill many birds with one stone by actually empowering these important fire service. So without much further ado, I want to thank the Minister and commend him for his foresight in getting this amendment brought to Parliament, and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is the bill now be read the third time. In accordance with constitutional requirement, the bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Would those in favor please stand? Would those against please stand? Honorable members, those who vote in favor of the bill 67 and noes 0. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act A, to establish the Fire and Rescue Service, and B, to provide for the functions, powers, and operations of the Fire and Rescue Service, and C, to implement Section 188 of the Constitution, establishment of the state services, insofar as an act of parliament is required to make a provision for in respect of other state services, and D, to repeal and replace the Fire Services Act, Chapter 64N for related matters.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, firstly, to all the honourable members, I want to appreciate all of you for the commitment we've had for all of you to be able to sit right through the end, and I want to congratulate our good Minister for Defence on the first bill passed on the floor of Parliament. As the Deputy Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn to 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, I now adjourn Parliament to tomorrow 10 o'clock a.m.